know the name of our skulls?
Yeah, it's more at the
only one I know is on the boat. I only know the ones that
I don't know the name of any skulls.
we've got the heavyweight, the Meridian, the lightweight, the Severin, the Kina, Meridian, Nancy, Saga.
Check out nice that skull is?
It's just looking at the difference. Meridian.
Yeah.
Yeah, fact.
Yeah, like all the Swifts.
I don't know how it
Elite
looks.
bees.
I came here.
Swifts dominate the skull.
What, the silver one?
Yeah, I was
No, I promise you it's the worst.
I think I'd rather have a Swift skull than a
so still good at skulls. You'd be able to
Yeah, of course you say that, Christian. You have a Swift skull.
15. It's 15 Swifts on the winner.
I'd rather have an Impacha skull than a Felipe skull.
Okay, Oaks, we don't have the worst skull on the board.
You know what makes it very interesting?
It's the same thing. It's literally the same.
Trust me, you won't run into anyone, they'll move for you.
As much as our skulls are cocked, like, it's not. If you're good at
Nice
rowing,
camera view also.
It's even got a viewport.
It's a viewport, like a screen.
Yeah.
So you can. That's for the line.
Yeah, it is.
Not even straight, but whatevs.
Bro, look at the line.
It's pointing at that this red boy right in front of us.
Yeah, but this is the actual finish.
Yeah. No, yeah.
Yeah.
But the camera's facing this way, so it's
Kerr's
still...
on the finish line.
Yeah. I am jealous.
Honestly, I think this is the best place to sit.
Yeah, I actually like this spot.
Yeah.
Last one was not this one.
Yeah, you might want to sit down so I can eat.
Yeah.
You have a chair in the back.
There's chairs in the room. Hey Charles, were you just about to bounce on me?
Yeah, I was.
I don't think I can finish this coffee.
Where'd you get that from?
I'm getting that caffeine tingle, bro.
How much was it?
Freaking pillow.
I've had so much coffee
I need
today.
a pillow too.
Who even talk about it?
You know, genuinely, this is the first time I haven't had a pillow tingle.
I want a strawberry matcha.
This is the first time I haven't had a pillow tingle in a whole month. Like in the morning, I always wake up and have
I don't always. Sometimes I just go a day without having. Where's my strawberry matcha?
They're all touching up because of the then I'm gonna go into that snack box.
Drew, what's up with all regattas never having an ambulance? Oh.
Western Cape.
Where?
Yeah.
Go where they can go. Sometimes. Oh! Scared my phone's gonna fall on my pocket. She should be awake by now. Why is she not replying? Yo, I'm keen for Rap to get humbled now, yeah?
But you know, Trent, that's the first thing I go to. No, it's not. Why? No, but he doesn't get stopped. He just stops himself.
Switch, guys, yeah. What, the one closest to us?
Yeah.
Bro, wipe your mouth.
Just wait like he caught in everything. Genuine.
Yo, he's under 15. I would hope he knows how to row.
But catching and everything.
There's an OK t-shirt you cannot do this hat.
Bro, Buffalo's are so long.
It's literally I got this race in the morning and then all my notes.
Oh, so you don't care about the first date? I only care about the first
No,
date.
but like Smith, I'm not worried about the first.
I want.
I mean, like, I want to
okay.
do front well, but like, I'm not worried about it like I'm worried about this pay. Because I know how we've done it at National Regatta. I don't know how we've done it at National Regatta.
One thing.
I don't understand how you allow
Hey, look at James. Is
No, we don't know how we've
making
done
a
it.
find on the bed. James, on a serious note, find on the bed.
all the focus.
Find on the bed.
Yeah, I know.
It's just one more race.
Okay, and then find on the 4-on-1 bed. Yeah. And then find on the
I don't know the efforts.
Oh, I'm not making the final on the pit. Fuck no. You think what? 3, 6, 9, 12 races in one regatta? Hell no. Fuck no. I'm not doing that.
That's a
That doesn't really make any finals.
Is it?
I think they did fastest time. Or they might do finals.
No, they did finals.
No, we're not gonna do that.
But if look here, genuinely for us,
Ooh,
for us,
holy
look here,
shit.
for us, look here. Okay, outgoing current and military.
I'm gonna pot some charcoal in front of it. Maybe something out of it. I just love the feeling of popping a perk.
Oh, I know you had a fat black leg. Oh, you're sitting there.
Nah, he had a vintage. He had a vintage.
Bro, you can just look in the distance and see all the skulls going up together.
You guys want to hear a fun fact about this dress?
Get better voters.
Jesus Christ.
I promise you, if
I think we have the best looking person.
it pedals you, no
Shit, I didn't bring my tricycle. It's in my bag at the
I can get my mom to get.
No, but we didn't tell him.
But still, like, it's a first day chance.
Fuck that, my bad. I'll have to give it to someone.
For the one person I didn't remind, forget. That just proves how much I do for this club. Just proves how much I do for this club. 1 or 2?
Then take 2, 3 times a day.
What if I take 2, 4 times a day? Will I die?
Wait, but look, that's, I remember why I didn't bring
You
it.
can't
Because
overdose
it's
on chocolate, can you?
Smith. It's finals.
Medic,
It's not finals.
It's not in the 8.
can you overdose on chocolate?
Huh? Probably too much. Yeah, I guess.
Oh, they said that we don't wear it.
Last year I had a lot.
But when you put that thing on, though, you get all of it and you get extra stuff.
Yeah, I don't really want to have nothing. I'll have half stuff. I'm ready with the feeling of popping something.
Have you seen this stupid thing that they have here?
I've been around for years.
Yo, bro, that was there when we were grade 8. We made it. This shit I might actually film it. I think this attracted them to it.
We are like cats. Alright, I'm playing with these pieces.
Hey, what's the difference between rehydrating and hydrating? So, like, it's fine if I have one now. You can warm up on the herbs. This is why you pull a 9 thing. And yo, look at that shit. I saw your eyes. But that looks like, he looks like Leolo.
It looks like he's trying to hold it from.
Bro, don't doubt him.
He looks like my mate Leolo.
No, but look at his one race.
Don't doubt him.
Sure. Sure, you gotta humble yourself. Bro, infinite rehydrate.
Where's something getting?
Where's my
Go find it there. You'll be waiting for you by the boat.
It's a launch rig.
Okay, never mind. Hey, you are.
Hey, take care of my boat, Kurt. I'm the third pair, I'm the 16th pair.
Oh, dat is mama, hè? Get that tune, hè?
Has anyone ever said, do you ever spare one of these out so you can borrow it? This thing tries to Completely wakes him out in the stop right. No, they do that.
Espresso it is.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I was getting Americano.
I think we have a cappuccino. Oh yeah, cappuccino. So I grabbed it. I was like, I don't think so. I just told him, I was like, what do you think he did? Like, you just told me it's here. I just have you.
Actually, that's fine. Like I'm exactly so much caffeine today.
I'm having this and a caffeine.
I didn't draft it.
I'm second round.
Second or fourth.
Second or fourth.
I guess that's super.
We're eight to nine.
Big cap, straight off the JT.
Job?
What player are they?
It's a sound copy.
Why can't we?
Oh, it's a
Oh no, it doesn't have Steve. Oh, it's outside. That's the one that doesn't have Steve. Let's get it.
Oh, the souls keep pulling you around.
Hey Christian, remember when I was on the set case last night? I found it funny. Yeah, the regular everyone from It's so hot.
So be rain.
Yeah. It's freaking hot, like, off.
Yeah, I reckon it's not drizzling.
Today is a degree colder than yesterday. Raph, where do you go?
Second or fourth, right?
It's low.
Don't worry about it.
Yeah, at the same time, it's like second.
They were like that thing.
What they say is what they say is
Remember last Buffalo we had the heat up Doom in the fair?
Yeah, you get what?
We had like Benny's first fair, we had
By you have 0.74 of third and third is 0.49 second. So you were 1.5 seconds.
Don't catch a grab. Fourth in the team. Just
small guys
Yeah,
up
I
there.
see the commentator glazing their veins.
This guy's full on notice to say.
He's seeing it for the small guys up there.
You're done.
In the line. It doesn't mean that. You can get clean boats like that. Yo, this one guy, when we were under 14, you know Jack Sturtle? Yeah, he was a senior open. He had a push nice for his skull. It was also green like that. It was such a nice boat. It had like carbon reversed wing rings. Hey James, remember Jack Sturtle's skull? Push nice, eh? Yeah, he owned it. He fully gave up rowing instantly after high school.
Yeah, I don't know what he did with that skull.
Remember he coached
He coached for like
he coached at SAC for like 2 weeks and then quit. This guy is a senior open that quit. And the senior open we were under 14. Jack Stoner. Yeah.
Stone's a bit quiet. I'm hoping he only wrote his skull and he like never opened it. He was the opener.
No, he was 10 years ago. 2022.
There's always one.
Oh yeah, you were.
Hey, what school do you think has a B score?
I mean,
I would say Bishops.
I'll take
No, bro. I'd be sick there.
they got the worst colours on the school. Just got live.
Yeah, okay. People know sometimes like folks. Like, no re-expectations.
But Bishops is just out there.
I tied at 5:55.
Nah, but I'm 16 like you do.
No, but they fucking make it edit for every single regatta. Bro, hey, I think that skull's going to speed.
We're heading to a low tide.
So,
Low tide's at 12.
so we'll be going out.
And then we're going to have a head for the 8.
But it is good.
No, we
So-
tail for players, neutral for forward. We're not on the way.
We're like just below weight. Like a kilogram, maybe 2. Not really though. It's like
Let's work out the average weight. Does it include? Yeah. No, the weight class.
Why do you stop? Go! He just stopped like in the middle. He's gonna let some cool guy beat.
there's St. Albans.
Can't shoot it?
92.
82.
92.
These are guys that
What's he stopped rowing?
He's just lost. I think that's actually Tabo. Tabo just lost.
Where's Tabo?
On the far side.
Where, sir?
Over there.
You know what you wear?
Just sitting there.
It is. It's a stack.
I'm sorry, sometimes I just need to know.
It might be like 79, but I think it's
Maybe he got
What do you expect better, George? How much is per way? You have way too much positive information. Per way? How much is per way? I think it was like
He's literally just continuously rowing. He's just taking a stroke
You
there.
can't be negative.
You can beat this guy. You can beat this guy.
64 meters divided by 8. Alright, we're 75. What's it?
Is it 80?
I think it falls 8.
It's 5 kilos. Well, it was so hot in that ball, and I stank it up and that was just lifting off me and I felt really bad.
What is Tabo doing? They won't finish the race until he crosses the line. take a stroke, laying it
Doesn't look like there's a next race yet, Vic.
There are 5 heats at line 3 St. Albans Kyriatsis, line 3 St. Albans Kyriatsis, line 4 Rondebosch Rock. And so the race currently on the water, it's a junior men's under 16 pairs. They've come across the 1,000 meter mark. They're coming up to the creek, and it is all Liam Kiriatsis, Michael Patton for St. Albans. They are going to be a class act, and they are moving really well. On the inside, the only ones to go with them are Riley Hipner, Panayoti Savidis for St. Benedict's. And behind them, just ever so slightly, still well placed, Bishop's Planting, Rondebosch Rademeyer, and St. Andrews Penka. So that's Carter and Dylan from St. Andrews. Rondebosch, Mika Rademeyer, Liam Cass, and then Jordan Planting, James Mahill in lane 2. And the St. Benedict's boat doing a little bit of a zigzag, going out of the lanes, back into the lanes. So they've got a bit of a trajectory challenge, but they are still back on the course. And going for a quick time, St. Albans, Kiriatsis, Patton. Very nice controlled pace from those young men, but they are going to pick it up here. They're going for a spot in the final. So too, that St. Benedict's boat. Put a lot of pressure on the Bishop's Planting boat. But then you got the Rondebosch. Rondebosch still in the running, but right alongside them, St. Andrews. So Rondebosch, St. Andrews, and even St. Benedict's got. And so they're coming through, and that is St. Albans. Looking nice and tidy. They are going to be a class act. Liam Kiriatsis, younger brother of Warwick Kiriatsis, now rowing out of Tix. And also a national rower, double national rower, I think, for the under-19s. And St. Albans doing a great job there, nice and tidy. And now behind them, starting to pick it up, St. Benedict's, feeling a little bit of the pressure from Rondebosch, so they are moving. So too St. Andrews. St. Andrews had a little bit of a hiccup there, but St. Benedict's, nice and tidy. Riley Hipner, Panayoti Savidis are tapping it along. Rondebosch, Mika and Liam, they are going for it, but it's the St. Benedict's duo holding a good pace, and now they're leaning. Look how much effort they're putting in there. St. Benedict seem to have a better angle. Rondebosch are still close, but that is going to come down to the finish. Good racing from those teams. And then St. Andrews, they were in the running, and I think they just had an issue there. Bishop's Planting, Mahill, still fighting their way all to the end. Another 6 strokes, gentlemen. Hello, how are you?
Very well, thanks, and you, eh?
Seem to be out of this race. I'm just trying to have a look. So Somerset, Ferreira, I can't see them. And Sax Oates, can't see them. So St. John's, Jacobs, and Kikaya, St. Benedict's, Laterkhan, Van Heerden, lane 3. And then the Sax team, Oates, Pike. But the St. Benedict's crew are making a big push. Braden Laterkhan, Emiliano van Heerden for St. Benedict's. St. John's just on their bow side. They're coming up to the creek, but I think that St. Benedict's crew have put themselves ahead. So Daniel Oates, Thomas Park, they for Sachs on the far side. I can't see the two Nicholases, Nicholas Young and Brits from Bishops. But I think it is St. Benedict's in the lead, St. John's just behind them, and then. But I think it is St. Benedict's in the lead, St. John's just behind them, and then Sachs into the St. Benedict's lane. But there's enough room there, so that's not going to be an issue. From Sachs, and that's. And now Sachs starting to make a big push on that St. Benedict's crew. You can see them connecting, big shoulders, moving that boat, putting those feet down. That St. Benedict's crew as well. They've started to rate up really nicely. They look, and I think it is a Bishop's crew, sorry, more. And St. Benedict's keep coming back, and it's coming down to the last few strokes. Bishops are throwing a lot more at it. St. Benedict's, good connection. But St. Benedict's are moving, they're coming down to the end. I think Bishops have done they've done just enough to make across the line there. And then St. John's Jacobs. Anyway, so we've got the next race, Heat 3, St. Benedict's, Makinya, Lane 1. Lane 2, Bishop's Dyke. Lane 3, St. John's Want. Jeppy Zhang, Lane 4. And Somerset Huissen, Lane 5. And St. John's looking very strong there. Levi Want, Jonathan House. They're in Lane 3, just on the inside. Nicholas Park, the Sachs crew of, the Bishop's crew of Young and Brits doing really well earlier.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Just a quick announcement. We have a Nissan vehicle registration number FYV647EC. You are parked in the Portnet parking space. That park Nissan FYV647EC. It is a Nissan FYV647EC. If you do not remove it in the next 10 minutes, it will be towed away. And then competitors, there's a lot of people walking down the driveway with your boats. Please be conscious of other pedestrians on the driveway. Do not walk into other people's with your boats. Please pay respect to other people using the road. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that. A little bit of a loud heads up is usually the right call to make sure nobody gets decapitated on the road. And that St. John's crew is looking nice and controlled, and it's all happening between the St. Benedict's crew and Bishops. They are right on top of each other. I think that Bishop's crew has held well. I think they've got a little bit of a gap. But that St. John's crew are doing really well. I think Somerset, Huissen, Van Rooyen are having a big problem keeping that boat nice and tidy in the far lanes. And so too, Jeppy Zhang, certainly St. John's. So that's Levi and Jonathan, and they're moving very nicely, controlled, open water. Behind them, but St. John's, four boat lengths there, four boat lengths there. There are lots of open water. Dyke, they're doing. Also, St. Benedict's are going to take third, and then behind Mashaba. And that's the Sachs crew. They're from the previous events. I think they're out of this race. They've just let them row down the course. Junior men's under 16 pairs. Lane 1, Bishops, Polly, Wheatley, Lane 3, lane 4, it's Flint, Reed from Kez, and Liu and Patricios, St. John's, lane 5. And that Kez crew, Daniel Flint, Jesse Reed, coming up to the creek. They are right alongside the St. John's crew of Liu and Patricios. Still a lot of racing left.
Why don't answer me? I was like, oh shit, I'm speaking in my head.
And this race is turning into an interesting one. You've got the St. John's crew, Zicheng Liu, Jack Patricios. They're out there in lane 5, and they are making a big, bold move on the Kez crew. Kez Flint, lane 4, and they've separated themselves from the rest of the field. Bishop's lane 1, Rondebosch lane 2, St. Andrew's collection there from the St. John's crew. They've picked up the rate, and they are going for it. Action, but that's St. John's, and they're coming down to the end, and they're going for the fastest time. Kez are starting to respond, and now they're leaning back. Kez are making a big move, and St. John's fastest boats on the water at the moment. Oh, and just slowed ever so slightly. St. John's respond. St. John's are throwing everything at it just to keep that gap. Just so difficult to close that down, Kaz. And then we've got the rest of crews. Look, everybody's on top of each other. Hey, boys. And Rondebosch and then Bishops. Yeah.
I am.
How are you? Yeah, so this is Somerset from the previous heat, Huersen and Van Rooyen. And I think they're just making their way down the lane, struggling a little bit in the early stages. But they're going to survive to fight another day.
Someone take them some coffee. Speaking of which, there is coffee in the clubhouse. Come hook yourself up.
Oh, that's great.
IV or otherwise.
So there's coffee here, there's coffee downstairs. There's a lot of things being set up at the moment, which is great. Going to look after all.
But I've been told by a little bird that there might be a storm later.
A storm? Do they have lightning? Do they have lightning?
It sounds like it from the little bird.
Okay.
And the little bird is usually right.
Okay, so we'll wait and see.
Yeah.
The greatest thing I love about Row is the number of apps that are being used to determine the weather is extraordinary.
Name that app.
Name that app.
That's a game we can play. But it was an early start this morning. More so for you than for me.
Very early start, and the water was a mirror. Like when the boys got on this morning, it was an absolute mirror. And then we always look at the Buffalo because things change. At the moment it looks quite calm, but it is temperamental.
Yes.
Underneath there's a lot of action going on, and you could see it earlier with the sculls. There was a lot of sort of movement underneath the water, incoming tide. There's a current. There's no wind at the moment, but when that comes in, things change.
She can be a moody girl.
Moody girl.
Yeah. And we're waiting for Heat 5 to come down of the junior men's under 16 pairs.
there?
Barrera
So, Enrique.
Right, so out there in the lanes, in lane 1, it is the Allen crew from St. Andrews College. It is the Kerr crew from Saxon lane 2. Pereira da Encarnaçal.
Yeah, that's Enrique Pereira de
Benny's.
Encarnaçao from St. Benedict's.
They're in lane 3. Waldeck Cooks from St. Stithians in lane 4. And Flint from Kes in lane 5.
Yeah, these are big, strong units, and I think that St. Stithians Waldeck Cook's crew, that's Ethan and Dylan LeBurn, looking very nice and strong. They should be ones that we'll keep an eye on. But it is the inside lane. Look at the St. Andrews boys. Jeremy Allen, Ryder Brook. They are very well positioned. I think they've just gone for it. There's a lot of firepower there, and they are, like everybody else, struggling to stay in that lane. They've got the outgoing boats, and they've just got to make sure they keep that tidy. You can see the umpire boat going towards them because they've gone off course. So that's what happens. These boats are so strong and powerful, you don't want to change direction. And that means you're going to end up causing a bit of a problem there. But look how strong they are. And now they're back in the lanes. And St. Andrews, I think, have got enough space to go ahead of the Sax Kerr crew. And in the center, Pereira de Encarnaçao, Kyle Ralston, still hanging there nice and tidy. And then Waldeck Cooks, LeBurn.
And just tucked in between St. Andrews and St. Benedict's, it is the Sax boat. Going slightly astray now.
Yeah, now
that maybe lane 1's a bit better.
Sorry, Kaz.
All right,
I'm getting excited already because now the racing has started. St. Andrews are strong, powerful. They've found a lane. They're going for pace. But we know Enrique is strong and powerful. They're strong, having a bit of a zigzag. It's all happening now.
And it looks like St. Andrews pretty much went out at the pace that they were going to hold and hope for the best. But Benny's left a little bit for last.
Got that Sax crew coming through for St. Stithians. Luke Bowers from Kes. Still coming through. They're going to finish this race.
If you call Saint Sax, the guys are going to lose credibility quickly.
I've already called the guys going, it's Bishops, Rob. This is like, oh, sorry, I thought it was Sax because I saw Sax, yeah. I couldn't see Bishops and they'd swap lanes.
And also their kit is quite tough as well.
Women's under 19 second singles sculls. And they will be progressing to the finals. So the first 2 finishers in each of the 2 heats on to the finals, and the next fastest 2.
Yeah, so they're all going to make it. So here is good, strong positions. You want to get into fast lanes. And so who we've got there? We've got some good athletes out here.
Taylor Cruz from Buffalo in lane 2. Mayor.
Yeah, so they're going to have a great race. Morgan Ramji, one of the Sasru athletes, actually going overseas. So she's going to have out. I'm interested to see DSG Jenna Callow, lane 4. She's in the next heat. So let's see how they get on.
Are you okay? Yeah, fine.
Bragging rights for her. Made their way to Sasru.
19 second singles, 19 out. St. Stithians commanding this heat. Andrew.
Busy.
There he goes. One themselves up into early fabulous to follow. There are 2 to follow. There are 2 heats of this again, so the first 2 finishers on to the final, next fastest 2. We'll have 6 lanes in the finals.
The Aiden crew are going to certainly be the one to look out for.
So Somerset College marks.
Look out on the water. St. Benedict's Chindawi are in a very good position, but so too are St. Albans Aiden, lane 4. Yeah, and this is turning into a great race. That Jeppy Pereira boat, they've got some good firepower. I'd keep an eye on them, but St. Benedict's looking very well positioned. Who's their Cox, Kaz? Boat, he's got good, strong athletes in there, but he's up against some of the strongest teams out there. So let's have a look at Somerset Marburg. I think they're just off the pace there, but it is St. Albans. They've got to be the ones to take it out. And now Jeppy starting to move. Those 3 boats are lined up right next to each other. I think they keep...
We're about the 250 now. They are just going to just let it loose, and we'll see who gets in here.
Yeah, so I did a little bit of a test earlier in the week to see how far it is from the creek to here.
Oh, did you?
I did, because then I said... Yeah, we thought it was like halfway, but I think it's more 600 meters from there to the finish.
I think that the creek is
So
about
it's
the
quite
500,
big.
600, yeah.
Yeah. And now the firepower's coming down. They are making a push. Remember, it's 1 and 2 in the next fastest. And so you've got that St. Albans crew. They got the powerhouses of Mugivia de Lima Frankham, Matthew Aiden, and of course Mika Mabuchu is a Cox there. Lovely gentleman, helped me into my boat yesterday.
Oh,
so really,
always a gentleman.
Always a gentleman, doing well. That's St. Benedict's crew. They're on the early lanes. They've got work to do because they are trying to close down a fast time. And St. Albans controlling that power. They're not doing too much, just enough. JP holding strong. And the St. Benedict's crew are thundering down. They're going for a fast time.
And of course, that's St. Albans boat stroked by Matthew Aiden, another under-19 junior athlete for South Africa.
And that St. Benedict's crew doing very well. Got a good chance to make the finals for next fastest to the A. They were very close to that team. And then behind them, Somerset, Marburg. That's Marburg, Nokia, Adendorf. Lee, Amos, Valdez, the Cox.
And Rhonda Bosch Wyatt coming in on the outside lane.
And that's the thing you always forget is by the time they get here, they are absolutely spent. A lot of firepower being put out in those early 500 meters, early 1,000 meters.
For sponsors, find out a little bit more about their programs, Rmb and BCM Tourism.
Without which or without whom exists.
You ask a good question.
Without whom, I think that's a person, but who knows? And so the races.
Sponsorship is a what? Is an it? Is
without what?
So without which, the
I would say it's
sponsorship,
without which.
but the organization would probably be a who. Oh, these thoughts are way too deep for this morning, this time of the morning.
Yeah, exactly. But we say a big thanks to the sponsors and so many people to thank. Later on we'll go through the volunteers, the number of volunteers that we have here in the boats, on the jetty, in the finish tower. There's so many volunteers, mainly parents, friends, families, supporters, sponsors. So and you've got the best of the best in these races.
Yeah. Yeah.
Up country, but I think Somerset. I don't see them. I don't see them on the water at the moment. I do see the DSG crew in the green.
Up country, I love it. up
Yeah.
north on the high felt.
On the high felt. Yeah, so I mean, who are the strongest people in this race at the moment? And it's who's who of sort of the best rowing out there. So I'm having a look, and in Nsako Shipalana, Kenya Simpson, in the St. Stithians boat, it's their #1 crew. But I think Gabby Manson, Jade Bernand, you know, they are certainly the ones to keep an eye out on. You know, winners from boat race. The other half of their boat race is in the next heat with Robin Moore, Giancarlo Sebapalo.
Yeah. And lane 2, it is Robin Faraday and Hannah Webb, and they are putting on a good show and really pushing St. Andrews and Stithians along. So I think that's probably a 3-boat race. But also St. Mary's, Milano Ruiz and Imogen Gunning in the outside lane. You can see them in the red. They have pulled ahead of DSG Palmer. But they're slightly off the boil.
Yeah, but Milano Ruiz, Imogen Gunning, strong for St. Mary's. That's their second team boat, so doing really well pushing it out here. I think the Holy Rosary Webb crew, Hannah Webb, always keep an eye out on her. Raced at Africa Champs, and then Robin Fatty, she's the captain of Holy Rosary, and back from a recent injury, so it's great to have her back on the water, pushing it out to the big guns.
But it is St. Andrews now who has pulled away from the pack, and they are setting the pace. Shipalana from St. Stithians on their tail and chasing them down to the finish line as they've got a little less than 500 meters to go.
Yeah, I think Gabby Manson, Jade Bernand, that is certainly the team that are going to take this out strategically. They're going to take the win. They're going to keep some of the firepower for their later racing. And I think they're going to come through as calm as anything, and the other teams behind them are going to be giving it a nudge to get in a fast time.
Don't ever think it. We should. I move right down into the corner.
And the St. Andrews crew are just showing a masterclass. They are gliding along. They're going to start to feel the pressure. And at St. Stithians are coming, so too are St. Mary's, so too are Holy Rosary. They've got big, strong stroke rates. But look at that class. That is St. Andrews, and that's why they're the strongest team out there for my money at the moment. Yeah, and they're just going to glide through to the end. St. Stithians picked it up. They're going to come through for second position. Third, a lot of work to do.
And the St. Mary's crew has pulled ahead of the Webb crew from Holy Rosary, but it is Shipalana in the second place position, so they will secure their spot into the final.
So it's going to be St. Andrews, St. Stithians, St. Mary's, and then Holy Rosary. Going to have to wait to see if they get a fast time.
We've been trying to lay low.
And it looks like Heat 2 is on its way down, probably close to the halfway point of the Junior Women's Under-19 first doubles. It is Luna Riccardi, Madison Hill from Holy Rosary in lane 1, Olivia Heffler and away from Marks from Somerset. Niakalo Sabapalo, Robin Moore from St. Andrews lane 3, Lily McGregor.
Lily
McGregor and Angela Ilgner from St. Mary's lane 4, and Mila Wynand and Rachel Murray from DSG. If we do not do justice to the names, please come correct us. If you can find us,
yeah, if you
we need your coaching.
We keep moving around, so you can't really find us. But should you find us, you are welcome to correct us.
We're undercover amongst the people.
In fact, the first race of the day, I met the wonderful parents of Simon Vihan, but I was calling him Simon Vihan, and he was in the Somerset he was in the first race of the day. So thank goodness his parents came and corrected me straight away. That was very nice of them, and we got that right.
We need you.
We need you.
Coach us. Don't coach the kids, coach us. It's an Irish name. And the young women are on their way down now. And it looks as if we've got a really tight race between St. Andrews Morse and St. Mary's Ilgner. And then on the inside lane, Holy Rosary Riccardi pulling ahead. Rob, for my money, it's looking like the Moore crew might be ahead of St. Mary's.
Yeah, this should be proper bragging rights. It's the second part of the boat crew for St. Andrews. We were saying it earlier, they are probably the best in the country, and that's Robin Moore, young Robin Moore and Yakala Sebapalo for St. Andrews, and now ahead of Ilgner and McGregor. And that's good bragging rights, but remember, it's the first two.
Yeah.
They are just going to keep each other honest. They're not going to over-rev it too much. Well, they shouldn't. And then they're going to, hold themselves. It's the racing that's going on behind them, the Holy Rosary crew and the DSG Murray crew.
The Buffalo Regatta weekend and with the sprints. This is not T20. This is a test. Yeah. So you got to pace yourself. So if you know that you're going to come in over that line and qualify for the finals, there you go.
And so look at that stroke rate. You can see St. Mary's more controlled. Angela Ilgner, Lily McGregor a little bit slower. And the St. Andrews crew have picked it up just a little bit. So they are going to take this, but behind them, very composed crew. So let's keep an eye on those boats.
St. Andrews peacocking a bit.
And then all of a sudden, it's the Riccardi crew, and that's Luna Riccardi, Maddie Hill. They've picked it up, and they are trying to come back on the DSG Murray Venan crew. And I think they're doing exactly that. They've got good momentum. And DSG are trying to make a comeback, but that HRS crew looking nice and tidy. The angle, they'll find out soon enough. but Holy Rosary seem to be moving just a little bit quicker.
Yeah, they've probably got about half a boat length ahead of DSG.
Yeah, good racing. We'll find out in a bit. And then Somerset crew coming through.
So Heffler and she's Aoife on the.
And so we think that is Heffler and Zhang. We'll find out soon enough, but well done to those athletes.
All right, so I got the inside scoop, Rob. We had to switch from Zhang and Marks from the two heats. So this is now Zhang and Heffler coming in for Somerset College. If we could just have the parents' attention for a moment. If you are a smoker, it has been requested that you please be very, very mindful that you're not standing around the athletes wherever you choose to have your smoke. Find a spot that is off the beaten path and away from the athletes, especially in front of the boathouse and commission control. So maybe behind the clubhouse, or you can also take a little stroll up the stairs behind us. There's a trailer parking and boat storage up behind. Perhaps you could take a wander up there. But again, once again, our coaches are just requesting that parents, if you do need to have a smoke, find a spot where there are no athletes around. Thank you.
And currently we've got 3 heats for the junior women's under 15 sculls. Remember, it's a 1,000-meter race, so they've realigned it. So from the 2K, we've moved to the 1K mark. And in lane 1, we've got Clarendon Dick. Lane 2, Somerset Gabrielides, Swartkops, Catherine Allen. She's in lane 3. Lane 4, PGRC, Rabenheimer, Clarendon Steenkamp in lane 5. And they are moving very nicely. All still in contention. Good work from Clarendon Dick, lane 1. And then Somerset Gabrielides, but I think it's Catherine Allen from Swartkops. She's looking good. Yeah. Yeah, so she is a Litley, racing up a bit. So I think she's under 13, under 14. She's a very young athlete, but she's racing here in the junior women's under 15 sculls. And that bodes well for the future. Right at the top, Clarendon Steenkamp. Clarendon Steenkamp moving very well, but Allen Swartkops rowing out of PE. They're up in Red House. And she is looking absolutely superb. So Catherine Allen, one to keep an eye out on. She's a young athlete and moving really well. Right at the top, Clarendon Steenkamp, only one that's able to hold with her. Yeah, but Catherine's got good connection, good movement. And remember, it's the first and the next fastest 3 to the A finals. And Catherine's looking very nice and tidy there. She's got about 8 strokes left. And behind her, it's all happening. So Robbenheimer, PGRC, very close. That's all at the top. Catherine Allen still got another stroke left. Clarendon's come in, and they're all coming in thick and fast. You've got PGRC, Robbenheimer, and then Clarendon right next to Somerset, Gabrielides.
As soon as I step away for just a moment, the race heats up.
It's the
Things get
junior ones
exciting.
under 15, and you just missed the evolution of Catherine Allen from Zwartkops taking it out. I think she's a 13-year-old racing in the under 15, so it's certainly one to look out for. And then I'm going to keep an eye on the next one. Remember, it's 1,000-meter racing, so we've got Somerset, Jessica Beck, lane 1, lane 2, Christy Lee Horn, PGRC, Grace Lewis, St. Stithians, lane 3, Oloto Nzunzu, Clarendon, lane 4, and Van Bieningen from Somerset.
Bieningen.
Yes. What's PG?
Peninsula. And one of my favorite athletes to keep an eye out is Grace Lewis, St. Stithians. You know it's Grace because she keeps looking left and right to make sure she knows where everybody is at all times. And she's doing just that, keeping an eye out on PGRC, on her bow side, and on Clarendon on her stroke side.
Head on a swivel. Yeah, she won't know these competitors, so she's the only Gauteng rower in this lot.
Yeah, so she's keeping an eye out on where everybody is, and always has good states of awareness around her.
It looks like Somerset's gone off way to the outside lane. So she's taken herself further towards the bank.
I think they might be all right. You can see there's a bit of an overlap with the boats just behind her. And in fact, I see what you mean.
They all seem to be in one lane.
Yeah, so I think PGRC Christy Lee Horn has changed lane, come across Oloto and Zunzu from Clarendon, but they're keeping out of trouble, so they are allowing it. It's Grace Lewis, St. Stithians open water, and she's on her way to the finals. And then behind her, good work from Nzunzu, Clarendon.
And this is Somerset.
Yeah, Jessica Beck, Somerset. She's in lane 1. And out in the far lane, Van Bieningen, also Somerset. So St. Stithian's Grace Lewis is showing how to do it on her way to the finals, nice and controlled. And behind her, Clarendon and Zunzu. And it's the fighting spots for PGRC between two Somerset crews. And they're going to fight it out to the end.
It's all about the times now. So Grace Lewis is securing her spot into the final. Out of the 3 heats, the first finisher goes through, and then the next fastest 3 times. One more heat to go.
And now they're starting to pick it up, and it's all happening. They're all right next to each other. Somerset from Benningham's looking good. PGRC Horn, but good movement from Jessica Beck. Jessica's picked it up right at the end. The best stroke rate so far. And it's going to be Somerset, the 2 boats with PGRC right in the center. For my money, it's from Birmingham, from Somerset. And behind her, a fast finishing Jessica Beck.
That burst at the end was nice to see.
Yeah.
All right, 3rd and final heat for the junior women's under 15 single sculls. Hewitson from Clarendon in lane 2, Cook from Somerset lane 3, Duplessis from Zwartkops in lane 4, and Steenkamp from Clarendon in lane 5. All right, we have a vehicle announcement. This one is rather urgent. Your vehicle is blocking all of the traffic on the bridge. So with immediate effect, you need to go move your vehicle if you are the owner of a white Kia. Gauteng license plate MM, that's Mike 36LH. Your vehicle is blocking the traffic at the top of the bridge. Please go move it right now. Again, a white Kia MM, that's Mike 36LH GP plates.
That's it. We're going to be sitting up in that corner just now.
And great work from Somerset, Carla Cook. She's been leading right from the get-go. Behind her, Clarendon, Layla Steenkamp. And Carla's looking absolutely superb. Coming from Somco. And she picked it up.
Taking full advantage of the glassy water here at the finish.
Yeah, and she's off to the finals, so no need to burn too many matches there.
Steenkamp in the outside lane from Clarendon.
Clarendon, and I don't see our other athletes, Erin and Rachel, so they might be out. So I think you may have our finalists on the ward at the moment. And now we've got the big guns coming down.
Big guns.
Just like for Willem.
And now we're on heat 1 of 5 heats in the junior men's under 19 first pairs. They're coming past the 1,000 meter mark. This is a 2,000 meter race. And Bishops, lane 1, that's Kai Bacher, Finn Moran. Tight skippers, Ethan Bowie. Selborn, lane 2, lane 3, it's Michele Robeck, Diego Ramos. Zach Wood, Dean Carson, Sachs, lane 4. Jonathan Delbridge, Johan de Beer, lane 5. And lane 6, St. John's, Matt Cullinan, Bradley Stead. No surprise, St. Benedict's, Michele Robeck, Diego Ramos taking it on. They came second to the Olympians in a race a couple of weeks ago, beating out the Tux crew. So they are young and strong and powerful. And I think they're controlling it. They are in the lead, but I'm going to keep an eye on that Delbridge crew. That's Rondebosch, Delbridge, De Beer. They got the flash of the yellow blades there, so you can see how well they're doing. Bishop's back on the inside lane. Also nice and tidy. And it's a faster 6 times. So nobody's going to wait around. This is a proper time trial. Even the boys in the lead, Robeck, Ramos, have got to do enough to make the finals. Yeah, now they've started to pick up. You can see they've put down a few strong power strokes there and making a move. They're well placed, and now they're starting to try and get through. The teams behind them looking very nice and close. Right at the far end, Cullinan Stead from St. John's struggling with the pace. So too are Sachs Wood. But it's at Bishop's crew, they're in lane 1, and they've got to be careful. The other boats going into that lane, so the umpires have gone through there. Scala is in their lane. So Kes Scala, just be careful behind you. Bishop's crew coming through. And they've just avoided that. But that St. Benedict's crew, Ramos Robeck, they're connecting and they're moving. Fastest moving boat on the water. Behind them, Rondebosch, Delbridge, and Selborn skippers. They are looking good. That Rondebosch team right at the top, Delbridge, De Beer, looking nice and tidy. But it is Michele Robeck, Diego Ramos coming through to the end. That is a strong crew. That is going to be a fast time. And they're picking it up. They are making sure they're getting through to that finals. Rondebosch behind them, second position. A little bit of a shorter stroke, but they're getting good movement out of it. And then Selborn skippers are coming through. So too are Bishops and the Sachs crew. They are close to each other. But Rondebosch, good connection. They are moving well. And Selborn, skippers Bowie. And Sachs and Bishops. They are very close to each other. Sachs looking good, Bishops are moving. Selborn are going to take it. And then behind them, it looks like the Sachs crew have just done enough. That Bishops crew, good strong athletes. And they're going to get it across the line. And then the young St. John's crew, Matt Cullen and Bradley Stead, completing. That's the first heat of 5 heats.
trundled up the hill. I didn't want everyone to hear my panting.
Saved us.
Well, it's definitely no sea dress. Second year of junior, I think the same thing happened. What is you should be doing it, right? That was despicably slow. Right, you're got it. What are you joking? First pair again. Reaction. So we put the down chance. they also have the Fosty. Yeah, but that won't be. Yeah. No, you lie. No, you lie. Bro, we even gave them tools to do it. Us for not tightening them up and knowing. He had them. We gave him allergies and everything. Oh, yeah. No, that's on them.
So currently it's Heat 2, Junior Men's under 19 first pairs. It's the JP Stanfest, lane 1, lane 2, Somerset, Adendorf, the two Jameses, and then Kers van der Pfeiffer, the van der Pfeiffer twins, Nick and Matt, lane 3, lane 4, Nicholas Ellis, Joshua Smith, Rhonda Bosch, Sachs Fletcher Bell, lane 5, Cambaran, and Caleb Mberry, St. Stithians, lane 6. And the Van der Pfeiffer boys have torn it up, but they have swapped some lanes there. I think they're in lane 1, but they are still making their way down right behind them. It's the two crews of JP Stanfest, Somerset, Adendorf. And then the Sachs crew, Sachs Fletcher, St. Stithians, Cambaran. Sachs are ahead of the St. Stithians crew. And you can see the sort of curve of the trajectory of the Kers boat. The Van der Pfeiffer boys have gone from lane 3. They've made a nice curve all the way back into lane 1. And behind them, I think they're also, one of the boats is going skew, and that's a Jeppy boat. Yeah, Jeppy boat, they've got to just be careful. There are outgoing boats. No, go.
No, it's for you.
Oh, thanks, China.
Well, they
have breakfast. It's awesome. And so have a look at the Van der Pfeiffer twins. They are moving well, Nick and Matt, but they've got to keep it nice and tidy. You can see just the slick behind them. They are not going as straight as they would like, but they are from lane 3 moved to lane 1, but they've got plenty of power. And then on the inside, the Rhonda Bosch boys, Ella Smith, they are nice and straight. Yeah, but the twins are doing a great job. They lane 1, they're coming through. Remember, it's fastest 6 times only, Kaz.
Fastest 6 times of all the heats combined. So the Pfeiffers making their way home.
Yeah, boys! Yeah, my Pfeiffers! I have to cheer for them. They're my boys. Yeah, I'm sorry, there was like a whole...
No!
Yeah, good. We gave up? They look like they've given up. Nah, they're just rowing badly, bro.
Sachs Fletcher, and then we've got St. Stithians, Cambaran coming in. Somerset, Adendorf. And Jeppy Stanfest on their way home. It's James Squared from the Somerset College. Standing next to the Somerset parents, they think it's funny. And Jeppy Stanfest and Dupria over the line. Heat 3 on its way down. 5 heats in total. 6 fastest time from all 5 heats will be our finalists. In Heat 3 in Lane 1, Rondebusch, Kirschbaumer, Potgieter from Bishops in Lane 2, McDonald from St. Benedict's Lane 3, Jeppy Mbata Cruz in Lane 4, Thompson from Selborne in Lane 5, and Taylor from St. Stithians in Lane 6. And the guys are coming, and they're coming down fast. It's James McDonald and Graham Wetton from St. Benedict's out in the lead. They are in the center lane, that old familiar chevron pattern. And it looks like the Potgieter crew from Bishops just tucked in behind Benny's. That's Potgieter and Trail from Bishops. And then a pretty tight field coming in the heat after that. Selborne is out ahead of the Jeppy crew. That is the Thompson crew from Selborne. Jeppy and Bata is slightly off the pace there. And St. Stithians falling back just behind Rondebusch on the inside lane. And that's a wrap for St. Benedict's. McDonald crew over the line with a fast-charging Bishop's Potgieter crew coming in. And Thompson and crew coming in from Selborne. And Jeppy Mbata, that's Mbata and Schultz. And what might finish off as a tight race between Rondebusch and St. Stithians. Rondebusch definitely a faster moving boat at this point, but St. Stithians may have held them off. And St. Stithians over the line, Bosch over the line.
How do the lanes work, man?
This is lane 1, and then the high number of times.
And we're looking at Heat 4 for the Junior Men's Under 19 first pairs coming down. Saxon Lane 1, Ognagi crew. Lane 2, Liebenberg from Jeppy. Pierce crew from St. Stithians in Lane 3. Carter from Bishop's Lane 4. And Bacchus from St. John's in Lane 5. Well, it looks like we've got Jeppy, St. Stithians, and Bishops all in one lane, just to test our boat identifying capabilities. And they seem to be swapping, but holding a steady pace in the outside lane, the Bacchus crew. But it looks like, for my money, it is the St. Stithians Pierce crew that is out in front. Probably Bacchus in the second place position. The inside lane Sachs crew holding steady.
Who's in the back?
So yeah, I see there's enough time between maybe take a sneak out the edge just about
flash of white and blue blade.
All right, so it is in the one lane together mostly. It is the St. Stithians Pearson crew out in front, followed by Bishops, and then Jeppy behind them in a sort of straight line, although Jeppy has moved in sort of an inside lane. Back is from St. John's holding their own, looking like they're in the second place position, but Pearson from St. Stithians holding the lead. Remember, it is the 6 fastest times from the 5 heats combined that will progress to the finals. It's a nice tidy row from the St. John's crew, holding a nice straight line. And St. John's is charging it down, and it looks like they may be just coming through St. Stithians at this point, who look like they're struggling just a little bit. Bit of fatigue setting in. St. John's out in the lead. They've rode through St. Stithians. And then we've got Bishops leading the second phase of the pack. But that is St. John's about to cross the line. St. Stithians following in. And the Bishops crew coming in. This is Trott and Carter. Sachs on the inside lane, ahead of the Jeppy Liebenberg crew. And the 5th and final heat, junior men's under 19 first pairs. Nurkia from St. Benedict's in lane 1. Ailey from Kes in lane 2. Hood from St. John's lane 3. Jarvis from St. Andrews, that's the Jarvis twins, from St. Andrews in lane 4. And Kepler from St. Stithians lane 5. And the boats are on their way. I see the flash of the blades. It's a little bit early to tell you who's where. We'll give them a few more minutes to flesh out their positions in the heat. Again, it's time that matters, not places in the heat. Once again, thank you to BCM Tourism and to Rmb, our sponsors for this weekend here at the Buffalo Regatta Selborne Sprints. And it seems like the race is on in the outside lane. St. John's, St. Andrews, St. Stithians. Hard to tell with the angle at this point, but St. Stithians looks like they are off to a roaring start. St. John's and St. Andrews sitting side by side. That outside lane, St. Stithians, though, they have put foot. And as they've passed the creek, I think St. John's has pulled away from St. Andrews, and it is St. Stithians and St. John's now, the two front boats in the heat. That's Kai Kapler, Luke Duffin from St. Stithians, Greg Hood, James Redshaw from St. John's. And the Kes Oily crew, Cochiton Oily, they're looking really nice and strong, lane 2, but also St. Benedict's Norkia in lane 1. The St. Benedict's crew has passed Kes. Kes holding a steady line, but St. Benedict's keeping Kes just off their stern. And the race is on between St. John's and St. Stithians. St. Stithians' rate faster than St. John's. St. John's going for the long, strong strokes, and St. Stithians trying to power through with a quicker stroke rate. They've left a little bit in reserve and are accelerating now. And it is St. Stithians, the Kapler crew, they are now pulling away, looking for that clear water as St. Stithians tries to cross the line before St. John's. St. John's trying to hold pace, but it looks like St. Stithians, if they keep that rate up, will get there first. St. John's trying to hold on to that contact, but there is about a canvas between them. St. John's catching up, but it will be the faster time going to St. Stithians, then St. John's, followed by St. Andrews Jarvis twins. Here comes Nokia from St. Benedict's, and Kes to finish off the heat. We're back in the sculls now. Junior men's under 16 single sculls, 6 heats, and the 6 fastest times.
You're winning.
Yes.
What age group?
We're under 16s now.
Oh, Gabriele Carrara.
And looking out, who's who in the lanes. In lane 1, Goldsworthy from Somerset. Moody from Bishops in lane 2. Price Hughes from St. Stithians in lane 3. Fletcher from Sachs lane 4. Krutzmacher from Rondebosch in lane 5. And DeSecco from Jeppy in lane 6, Rob.
So we love great names, and Krutzmacher, what a name. We're going to be saying that a lot. That's a great name. We're going to find out what it means. That's, you're making something. Krutzmacher, maybe great maker.
Google it. Let's Google.
Let's Google. Yeah, and then
Grutzl. No,
Krutzmacher.
I can't.
Grutz. And there's some great athletes coming down here. We recognize a lot of these names, but keep an eye on our Bishops, Rondebosch as well. And of course, St. Andrews. Gabriele Carrara, younger brother of Rafael Carrara.
And we know that rowing technique anywhere. Hugo Price Hughes coming down the lanes in the first position. Lots of clear water behind him. And it looks like Sachs in hot pursuit. But it is Hugo Price Hughes. Yeah, they can.
And that is Hugo Price Hughes, probably the strongest sculler we've seen in this age group for some time. Junior men's under 16 sculls. We saw him up against some of the Olympians a few weeks ago.
And at what, at VLC?
At VLC Sprints.
And he was cooking.
And he was cooking, like the only schoolboy actually made
the
finals for the seniors.
And not just a schoolboy, but under 16.
Under 16. So a remarkable individual. And so he's done a great job.
Josh Fletcher from Sachs now.
Yeah, it just shows you how fast these athletes are going. That is great, great rowing from them.
Thomas Moody from Bishops now making his way in.
Yeah.
Ahead of Rhonda Bosch and Somerset.
Yeah, Josh Fletcher doing a top job there. That close up to Hugo Price Hughes is a thing. Thomas Moody Bishops coming through. And now you can feel that wind. People are going, oh, that wind is so pleasant.
Oh,
however, the rowers are going,
please, no, stop.
Why have I slowed down now?
And
Because somebody's put their hand on their shoulder and you can see the pigeon feathers slowing down these boats ever so subtly.
Pigeon feathers.
Pigeon feathers.
Is that the
underbelly of a pigeon?
Is that the ruffles?
Yeah, I think so.
On the water.
And having the wind introduced into this race does change things. Remember, it's the fastest 6 times.
Right.
So that could come from your first race if conditions are nice and pleasant. After that, if the wind introduces itself, things change ever so slightly.
Yeah.
Yeah, great work there. Thomas Moody Bishops giving it proper shtick coming across the line.
Rob, we're getting warmed up for the sprints tomorrow when we get to yell at the people on the bridge. Get off the course. They're coming.
Yeah, there's
lots of time right now.
A lot of action, lots of moving parts, lots of things to control. So that's Rhonda Bosch Grutzmacher. And I think he's just going to make his way to the line.
And we've got Matt Goldsworthy from Somerset coming in. And looking down in the lanes, we've already got Heat 2 on its way. Rhonda Bosch, Murrigan in lane 1. Liba from Buffalo lane 2. Waldman from Kes lane 3. Carrara from St. Andrews in lane 4. Van de Ven from Jeppy in lane 5. And Ngaba from Gray in lane 6.
Matt Goldsworthy from Somerset bringing it across the line.
It is Jesse Waldman from Kes setting the pace for Heat 2. And once again, it is all about the times. The umpire is giving us the final flag, and that's a wrap for Heat 1 up to the finish tower.
Some of the greys right at the top. Sikana Tsaba. Where's Rhonda?
So we're only seeing 5 boats out on the water. We're thinking that it's in Skelelo, Liba from Buffalo that's not on the water. Unless he's right in front of the umpire boat. Rob, can you see?
No, I don't see him in front of the umpire boat. I do see Rhonda Bosch, lane 1.
And Gray is out in the far lane.
Gray is on the far lane. Oh, I do see somebody out on the far
Liba's
side.
there.
Could be doing a, it looks like a Jeppy boat.
But Buffalo's black and white tri-suits.
It could be from the previous heat. Kumo Diseko, we'll see as I come down now. But Jesse Waltman cares, taking it up. Remember, they're going for the fastest 6 times, so this is a well-paced effort. JP starting to pick it up, so too is Cares. St. Andrews is picking it back. Nice control there from Cares. And those boats are holding for the last 10 strokes. And St. Andrews is picking it up, moving really well at the moment, trying to get back to Jeppy. Jeppy's controlling it. It is going to be Cares. And St. Andrews is throwing everything at it. I think Jeppy's done just enough to hold him off.
And still to come in phase 2 of Heat 2. But from Gray out in lane 6. In the bright blue on the inside lane, yellow caps, Murugan from Rhonda Bosch. Phase 2, Heat 2. And Sagana Klaba from Gray coming in now. And Sasha Murugan from Rhonda Bosch on the inside lane. Spectators grateful for the breeze, rowers not so much. Heat 3 on its way down now. In lane 1, Andrew Taylor from Bishops. Ethan McGregor from Somerset in lane 2. Roberts from St. Stithians, lane 3. Arnott from Rhonda Bosch, lane 4. Pretorius from Gray in lane 5. And Laurie from Jeppy in lane 6. Gray's finished with that race. Rhonda Bosch just about to finish. And cast our eyes down to the creek. Rob, for my money, it's looking like it might be St. Stithians and Somerset. And Rhonda Bosch, Arnott. Oh, yes, and Gray Pretorius in an outside lane. With Jeppy Laurie following in behind, just a little bit further downfield.
Yeah, some really good rowing. Ethan McGregor, Somerset, looking nice and well positioned. He's got James Arnott from Rhonda Bosch on the inside, and just a little bit ahead, it's Pretorius from Gray. Looking nice and well controlled.
Let me see. Is the right, because there wasn't like the, I think
So St. Stithian's Grant Roberts, he's in the lead looking nice and controlled, but it's Pretorius from Grey. He's been moving well, just pushing ahead of Ethan McGregor of Somerset. And behind them, James Arnott from Rondebosch. But I think this weather is going to make it a bit tricky for them. So it feels like a little bit of a headwind from the movement of water, which is always tricky, but the conditions are as you find them, so you make do. Grant Roberts looking nice and strong. Behind him, Grey PE, I think's made a good move on Somerset. And Grant Roberts starts to click it up a notch. And he starts to pick it up, and he creates open water. He's going for a fast finish, trying to go as hard as he can.
if you can join this group,
That's running at the front. He's running earlier. Joe running. Joe's bad. He's the only person you should have left. Yeah, he's the only guy that you should have left. Delhi's going to win you some more covers. And Rodriguez. And Rodriguez, yeah.
Why did they all just go road for Aldi then? Yeah.
Oh, someone cat.
Yo, tonight I might wet my feet. I'm gonna wet last night.
So I think no, yours were lucky. Yours are lucky. You want to hear the guys laughing at pieces.
You dragging us.
So the guys making quite a lot of noise. I'm like, yo, that's big. And the noise travels upstairs. Everyone. And then there's a guy that came into the room next to me. He just goes up into like the open deck today. And was typing at pieces on his phone. With like the max volume, so like you can get. So I can hear it.
So you're making fun of him, he said like sending a message to his girlfriend.
Bro, he's at 2 in the morning. Bro, like one of them was loving on like the full FaceTime and shit, bro. But it's very evident like you were hosting. Oh no, wait, Fletcher might be on the money. Fletcher 821.
Andrew Taylor from Bishops now finishing off in Heat 3.
Yeah, Andrew Taylor giving it a proper go right to the end. That's what we see. That's what we like to see, giving it a proper nudge. Got a fistful of strokes left, and he's done. Well done.
Looking down the course, Rob, I see Heat 4 of the 6 heats. Junior men's under 16 single sculls. Duplessis from Grey in lane 1. Lowe from Saxon lane 2. Zeng from St. Benedict's in lane 3. Mutlana from St. Albans in lane 4. Douglas from Bishop's lane 5. In lane 6, Rondebosch, Matterson.
them last night. Like, you buy your boat, 10 minutes before you have to get hands on. And they were all like, yes, yes, we'll do that.
We told them it would be we even said he's like, those entry way too expensive. No, they need us or they need us or Jen. One or the other. There's two extremes, but they need one of them.
But he did like 50 burpees.
No, yeah, but we said we gave them another 12 minutes after their race.
But right, just keep your eyes on them because if you turn your eye away from them, they keep going.
Yeah, I like Abe. And I'm actually starting to like her a bit. So, no. Trouble with the problem. Okay? Well, I've been chatting with him. He's just laughing and talking.
Hong Zhang, otherwise known as Mark from St. Benedict's, out in the lead. He's got lots of clear water as he comes down in this heat for the junior men's under 16 single sculls. And then a fairly tight field across for the second, third place position. It looks like Duplessis from Gray on the inside lane might just be in the second place position. And I need Rob to look through his binoculars to tell me if that is indeed Tatu Mutlana from St. Albans in front of Bishops. Yeah, and then it's on the inside lane, it's Gray, but then there's two, like 1, 2, and like a triangle in the far lanes. And it is St. Albans Mutlana out in front of David Douglas from Bishops.
Oh no, I don't know that, David.
I was going to joke with you guys, and I realized this generally. Honestly, I was going to say, hey, James, I can find my video that I was
So why would I?
I was watching Wild, right?
Mark Zhang coming in. He doesn't want to be complacent though with this just because he's got the lead. He definitely wants to register a quick time. So he is trying to crank it down, press that footboard and push his way through. This wind is not helping his cause. It is a nice strong headwind, favors the heavier rowers. The lightweight rowers, not so much. Inside lane, Gray, Duplessis looking strong. And St. Albans Tatu Mutlana in lane 4. Those two having a race between them.
Yeah, Mark Zhang, St. Benedict's doing a sterling job there. Nice and controlled. He makes it look very easy, but he's one strong, powerful unit. There's going to be good racing later on. Junior men's under 16 sculls. Well done, Mark. So David Douglas from Bishop's doing a sterling job, and so too is Zach Duplessis from Grey coming through, and you can see the wind is making it really difficult. But he's going to finish St. Albans. Tato Mutlana, Tato's coming through, and you can see now the wind's been introduced, and it's slowing the boats down significantly. And then Ben Madison, Rondebosch.
Oh, I thought he was there.
David Douglas from Bishop's.
What is he not in a light blue? Okay.
And so you still have. And we've just had one of the rowers go in the water. And so if we could get an umpire's boat, he was giving it a proper go. His bow number had fallen off, so...
We can see him, heads up, holding on. He's all right.
Yeah, I think...
But a little assistance from the umpires or safety boat might be useful here in front of the clubhouse.
I think it is, thank you. I think it is Joshua Lowe. But he's going to try and make a plan. Maybe flip that boat.
The old tip test comes in handy right about now.
Yeah, and it's not as easy as you think. He's got the blades
Especially
underneath.
when you're in negative muscle mass.
Yeah, he's just been giving it a proper go, so he's very tired. But he's holding on, and we've got one of the umpire boats coming across.
I'm looking at the name of that boat. Aga. Looks like. Yeah, he looks very tired. There we go, flipping the boat upright.
Yeah, that's a great flip. Good control
Don't forget
there.
your seat. Your seat is floating away.
That could have been the problem.
Yep, there we go. Pilot going back to get the seat. Heat 5 on its way down now. Owen Little from St. Stithians in lane 1. Teeling Smiths from St. Andrews in lane 2. Alistair Wadley from St. John's lane 3. Onyaneku from Jeppe in lane 4. Strandvik from Rondebosch lane 5. And Adendorf from Grey in lane 6. And they are now at the creek. The creek. And some past. Onyaneku from Jeppe looks like he has taken this heat by the scruff of the neck, with Alistair Wadley from St. John's in the second place position. Owen Little on the inside lane looking pretty strong as well from St. Stithians.
I think his seat fell off, that's all.
Yeah, could be.
And a big round of applause to Ascala for swimming back. Well done, congratulations.
Most important thing is that we get these rowers off the water safely, whether they're over the finish line or not.
somebody left. So D4, Clinton on your neck, coming through out of the blue, doing a great job. Clinton properly giving it a nudge towards the end. Behind him, you've got St. John's, Alistair Wadley. And on the lane closest to us here, that looks like Owen Little, St. Stithians. And I think the winds has made its appearance, and it's making life very difficult for our scullers. So St. John's, Alistair Wadley giving it a good push. So to Owen Little from St. Stithians. And then Teeling Smith, St. Andrews College, coming through. And Gray Adendorf has swapped lanes, come right across to St. Andrews. So it shows you the number of lanes has changed. And then Noah Strandvik, Rhonda Bosch out in the far lane. So look at the guy. It's like breaking the whole time. Can you see the splash?
Mr. Teeling Smith from St. Andrews. He's the cousin of Dan Teeling Smith, who was rowing first 8 for St. John's last season. So it's always nice to see the family connection from from top to bottom, from up country to down country.
Up country to down country.
High country to low country. Rhonda Bosch Strandvik coming in now. One more heat to go, Rob. Heat 6 of the junior men's under 16 single sculls. Next up will be the junior men's under 19 second single sculls. Lots of heats of that too.
Yeah, lots of heats, and
I'm mad for sculls. I'm mad.
I'm mad. That's a great accent. That's very good.
I don't know what accent. Oh, we've got a tip down on the far, on the roundabout under the bridge. If the safety officers have a look under the bridge, we've got another tip. It looks like they're on their way down. There's the head.
Yeah.
Rowers all right.
And that's a tricky thing, because as you get up to the top, you've got to do a bit of a U-turn there. As you do the U-turn, the wind doesn't allow you to do a U-turn.
No.
So you come up with different ways of trying to turn the boat around.
It's looking a bit like coastal rowing right now.
It's
down
like coastal
there
rowing,
with
and you can
the
see it's
barrel
just
roll of the skull just going round and round.
Yeah, but the athlete there has flipped the boat now, and he's trying to make his way back in.
Krantz from St. Albans in lane 2. Grobler from De Villiers from
Your boy. We want inside scoops. So we're asking for inside scoops on Joshua Krobler from Somerset. We may get it, but he's up against St. Stithian, Sebastian Budnick. And the two of them have left the rest of the field. They've put Rowan Rugger from Grey under a big amount of pressure, and the two of them are having a great tussle.
And I wouldn't discount Jeppy Loss on the inside in lane 1. He's certainly not up as far or as fast as St. Stithians and Somerset, but he is going for that third place position with some gusto.
Yeah, so we're expecting one of the mothers to go a little bit mental. She's getting very excited.
Krobler.
And remember, you've got to time it to perfection. You don't want them to go too early and blow themselves before the line. Yeah, so we will. So we've got inside information. Joshua, your mother says, but hang on.
No.
Sebastian Budnick is putting down a little bit of firepower there. Joshua's work is cut out for him, so he's going to have a good race on his hands here.
But Sebastian Budnick from St. Stithians looks like he might have this one, just a few strokes ahead of Joshua.
Yeah, and it's very tricky. You can see like a bit of a spray coming off those blades, which is really uncomfortable for the rows. They're trying to get that perfection. Sebastian's picked it up. Joshua's waiting for his mother to tell him to go. I think you could tell him now.
And his mom says, you must row.
You must row.
Row with a
And now
rolling
Joshua,
on.
he has his mother, starts to pick it up. Sebastian Budnick squeezing those big quads of his down. He looks behind himself. He wants this race to be over. And he's going, there's still a bit more left in for him. Joshua Krobler still giving it a go.
Yeah, and for the novice parents, a reminder that the headwind, if you are a heavier rower, the headwind is a little bit easier for you to navigate. But those lightweight rowers have nothing to push back against that wind, and so they've got to work extra hard.
Yeah, they're working really hard. But Sebastian Budnick, St. Stithians.
St. Stithians over the line.
Yeah.
Here comes Joshua Krobler from Somerset. Again,
And
it is the 6 fastest times amongst all these heats.
And that is good to be as close as you can to the winner. So Joshua Krobler's going to have to wait to see if he makes it. But he gave it a proper go. That is good racing. Sebastian Budnick setting down a good time.
Here comes Jeppy and Gray.
And Jeppy Loss.
And I'll say that's Cronson between them from St. Albans.
Yeah.
And Bishops de Villiers as well. He's come in from lane 6. He wanted to be on the inside action. But it is Jeppy Loss now.
Yeah, he's starting to wind it up.
With some flair.
Yeah, he's starting to wind it up now. Built up great momentum there, and he's going to finish strong. That's a good row from him. And Rowan Rugger from Grey, still connecting, he's building up. And that's a good foot placement, good drive. And just shows you how fast that race was. So Joshua Krobler not out of it yet. He's going to wait and see if he can get one of those fast times.
I'm just looking down as Clarendon's putting in for their Coxed 4. And they've all got long hair. And all of them have 2 braids going into a braided pony in the back. So they've got fashion right down to the hairstyle.
That is fashion
That is
function.
uniform at its best.
Yeah, and the boats coming in now. Bishops and St. Albans. That's Charles de Villiers, Ruud Krantz. And they are so close. The last few strokes, Ruud Krantz has picked up that momentum. And he's going really well, closing down that gap. Superb racing. So I often speak to my daughter about the opposition, and anybody who braids their hair the night before are coming with their best racing possible because they've pre-planned and they are ready to go.
Yeah.
They look great. Got that Viking kind of feel, maybe Valkyries.
I think is that Phoebe in the stroke seat? Phoebes.
Is that a Laura? Is that Laura?
And a Laura key. Bow seat, Alara Hen, front. Phoebe on the stroke. They won't look yet. They are rushing down heat one of this junior men's second singles sculls. St. Albans Martins lane 1, Edwards Ronnebosch lane 2, Forsyth Bishops lane 3, and it is Alex Holm from St. Benedict's out in the lead in lane 4, Mapala from St. Albans lane 5, and White from Jeppy lane 6. And it is and it is Theodore Forsyth from Bishops in the second place position coming in. 6 fastest times are what count here, Rob.
Yeah, Alex Holmes certainly putting down a big marker here. He's pushing right to the finish. He's a good, strong athlete.
That leg press is something.
Yeah, he's a very good, strong athlete. So Alex doing a superb job. And behind him, the rest of the crew's coming through. And so that is Theodore Forsyth. Great job there.
Mapala from St.
And then
Albans.
Mapala St. Albans. And then Rafael Martins.
We always like the name Rafael.
Rafael.
Ronnebosch. Cameron Edwards coming in now. Heat 2 up next in lane 1, Mutluane from St. Benedict's, and lane 2, Mosop Yoe from St. Albans. Irwi from Gray in lane 3, Fisser from Somerset lane 4, and Janssen van Rensburg from Jeppy in lane 5. Rob, you remind me of someone I used to know. It's just reference to the song.
Just reference to songs. Great playlist. And the big boats, all the 4s getting ready, going out. That's the St. Andrews crew. Looking good.
We got some Scythians just down below. Pushing off, some areas pushing off.
coach, he was like this. Like no one looked in my eyes.
No, the only person who did it properly was. Well, I mean, look, they're doing alright. What they think. Hey, John. Bro, we don't need the pay anymore. Nah, the dealer has been reversed. Hey, bro. Bro, you can invoice us, but we don't pay. Hey, bro. Hey, Joe, we all gotta make sacrifices, bro. I can't hear you. Okay, fair enough. Yay! How many sessions have we been to? Huh? How many sessions have we been to?
And coming through Heat 2, Mutai Motluane St. Benedict's doing a superb job with Masupia St. Albans just behind him. And of course, JP van Rensburg on the far side, but Mutai Motluane doing a superb job. Good, strong race, going for a fastest time. He's picked it up and pushing down open water on Masupia. JP Janssen van Rensburg trying to close it down, but that is a fast acceleration from St. Albans. Gray Aiden Uwe going to have to settle for fourth. Good finish there from St. Albans. JP Janssen van Rensburg as well. They're pushing all the way to the line. And that looks like Alexander Visser for Somerset, still out on the water, coming to conclude the second of the heats. So getting onto the water at the moment, junior women's under 16 doubles. Just ahead of them, junior women's under 19 Cox quads. And currently waiting for heat 3 of the junior men's second sculls. Junior men's under 19 second sculls. And they are on the water. And they have gone past probably about the 500 meter mark. Yeah, and some of the scullers just leaving some of the lanes, so umpires just corralling them back in. So heat 3 at the moment, Jeppy Montler, lane 1, St. Albans Breitenbach, lane 2, Jeppy Bukes, lane 3, Bishops Merriweather, lane 4, and St. Benedict's Taylor, lane 5.
I'm sure it'll be the rowing track. It's like so.
The men's?
Yeah, St. Albans Breitenbach in the lead at the halfway mark. Well positioned on the inside, Marina Montler, Jeppy. Still not too far away. And from the 1,000 meter, Merriweather Bishops has made a good push. He's out there, lane 4, and he's still got some work to do to close down St. Albans, Breitenbach. Yeah, but good move from him, Damien Taylor as well. St. Benedict's out there in lane 5. Still in the running. I think Jeppy Bukes struggling with the pace. Jeppy Montler, he's in lane 1, not out yet. But the pace of Breitenbach from St. Albans starting to take its toll. I think it's been a very good push there from Bishops Merriweather to try sort of leave St. Benedict's and move his way back to St. Albans.
I doubt it, but I have no idea. I don't know. Tom Harvey.
And now they're going to start thinking about picking it up. St. Benedict slowly have started to squeeze his stroke rate out in the far lane. On the inside, Bishops has made a very big push, trying to get back to Breitenbach St. Albans.
And he came as a summer camp counselor in 2001.
And this is going to come down right to the end. I think St. Albans has done plenty of initial work, but Bishops, Merriweather, he's put down a massive effort from the halfway mark to try to bridge that gap. St. Benedict's has lifted it up. He's got a good stroke rate, but it's all happening here with St. Albans. They're in the lead under pressure from Bishops. Bishops, really strong work in the last 500, but St. Albans holds and puts a squeeze, and that is great rowing from Breitenbach. He's got a little bit of open water, and superb work there from Merriweather, from Bishops. And St. Benedict's Damien Taylor as well held on as long as he could. He's going to finish in third.
Why do you want to invest? Where do you want to put your money? Like, what are you doing? But if you haven't found the common sense yet.
And Moreno Montclair coming through for Jeppy. He's in lane one, just ahead of Carl Bukes. Good blade work. It's got a little bit more. It's got to stay in the lanes. Carl Bukes coming through. Good rowing from Jeppy.
Right now, I don't think it's paywalled yet. Rob, here comes. Which heat? Heat 4. This is Heat 4, junior men's under 19 second single sculls. Mbweni from St. Albans in lane 1. Matthew Nelt from Jeppy lane 2. Noah Rousseau from Gray lane 3. Matthew Bennett, Bishops lane 4. And Jordan Ramserup from St. Benedict's in lane 5.
And if you ever wanted a great race, this is it, because Jordan Ramserup's right at the top for St. Benedict's. But on the inside lane, you've got Jeppy, you've got St. Albans, and none of them are giving up. They've been rowing side by side for quite a long time now, and they are getting tired, and they're going to see who's got a little bit of something to push to the end.
I see Gray's off the boil. They've dropped back off the pace just a little bit. I don't see Bishop's Bennett, though. Jordan Ramserup setting the pace, though, from Benny's.
So Jordan's doing a superb job because he's been going alongside and he's trying to make a big push to try to detach himself from Matthew Nell. And they're coming right to the end. This is where it gets, you get tired. Khulani, Mbweni. How do you say Khulani? Use your tongue. And then.
Khulani.
There we go.
Khulani.
But that is Jordan Ramserup. Great job. And I think he picked it up in the last 500. Started making a big push for it. Matthew Nell from Jeppy's been time trialing this.
You hear the parents in the background. Row, Jeppy, row. I feel like I'm right there at plot. Row,
that's right
Jeppy,
there.
Row.
Yeah,
Row,
Jeppy have got
row.
superb supporters, always welcoming in their teammates. Great work from Mbweni, St. Albans. Finishing up Heat 4. One more heat to go.
We still have Gray coming down.
Oh, that's it. Gray was. I see Gray now. Still more work to do for him. Noah Rousseau.
And then Heat 5 coming up next. And Benedict's Di Dominicis in lane 1. Pote. All right, Cameron Pote from Rondebosch in lane 2. Ethan Miller from St. Albans in lane 3. Ross Nason from Jeppy lane 4. David Brink from Bishops in lane 5. And Zach Shaw from Buffalo in lane 6.
And we always look at the seedings here, and it's Ethan Miller's got the seeding number 1 for St. Albans, so he might be the one to look out for here.
My eyes are burning on the white paint.
So Noah Rousseau from Grey bringing it in, the light blue. They row out of PE, Red House. And they are doing a great job.
Let's give Noah some encouragement as he comes in. Noah Rousseau from Grey. You're almost done, Noah. It's great to see Grey High back on the water.
And this race is turning to quite a humdinger. You got Daniel de Dominici, St. Benedict's. He's in lane 1. You've got Ethan Miller, St. Albans. He's in lane 3. He's certainly going to be a fast finisher. And then Jeppy Ross Nason. But great to see Daniel de Dominici so far up. And he's giving it a proper go. Jeppy Ross Nason. And so it's going to be a Jeppy St. Benedict showdown. I think St. Albans should have enough power just to keep everybody away. On the far side, we've still got Bishops, and that's David Brink hanging in there, and Cameron Pote, a little bit off the boil. But they're coming through now. I think St. Albans is controlling this race as much as he can, but he's got to make a plan. JP has started to rate up. Daniel de Dominici's got to make a plan to go now. And
whoa, look at this
Jeppy has gone for it.
Jeppy Nason. Ross Nason is putting a move on Ethan Miller, and it is going to be a tough race to the finish. Ethan Miller has seen this. He's trying to answer it, but Jeppy is now a canvas half a boat length ahead.
Yeah, JP's decided he doesn't care who comes here. He's throwing everything at it. He's got massive amounts of rates, and somehow he pulled it out of the bag. He's just beaten St. Albans #1 sculler in this category. Daniel de Dominicis was hanging in there. He's going to come in for third. That's a superb row from JP. Really brought one out of the bag there.
Those are the races we live for.
That is a superb race.
Yeah. David Brink coming in from Bishops now. Cameron Pote from Rondebosch making his way into the finish line. We're moving back into the big boats now, Rob. We're going up to the junior women's under-19 coxed fours. We saw some of those boats going out earlier. In fact, we were commenting on Clarendon's hairstyle, the uniform, right down to the braids.
Yeah, so that is a superb team. Holly Stacey, Sarah Grace Amioli from Clarendon. They were there, great hairstyles. When you bring a little bit of that.
Yeah, yeah. So they're two Clarendon. So it's, they're in order to qualify for the finals, the first two go through, and then the next fastest two from the two heats combined. Heat 1, PGRC, Dawson crew in lane 2, Capito from St. Andrews in lane 3, Holy Rosary Dos Santos crew in lane 4, and the Willis crew from Clarendon in lane 5.
And Cameron Pote from Rondebosch coming through. Well done. I think he just had a little bit of a struggle in the middle section, but he's made his way to the end. Good, strong finish. So Clarendon got 2 boats in these races, so a good chance of making to the finals. Imagine making both to the finals.
Clarendon first boat is in the second heat. That's Coleman, Rennie, Hartwanger, Hen, and Assam in the Cox seat. But the Clarendon first boat is up against Instithians Tikotamba in the second heat, and Wilcox from Somerset and Zulu from St. Mary's, also a force to be reckoned with. That's St. Mary's boat as well.
Yeah, I'm going to keep an eye out on the Chikwatamba boat with Cameron Waldeck Cooks, now in 3-seat, Kiara Smith, Sikalela Godwana, Bontle Nogomba. That is going to be a good team to keep an eye out on. And then let's not forget the St. Mary's boat. Zulu, Fisher, Osler, Nina, and Badat. Good rowers all around.
Those are some pretty fierce competitors, and we saw them do some really great work at VLC 2 weekends ago. So I expect that they will put on a good performance here in the Junior Women's Under 19 Cox 4. Some serious firepower in those boats. But Heat 1 up first. Again, Dawson crew from PGRC lane 2, Capito from St. Andrews lane 3, Dos Santos Holy Rosary lane 4, and Willis Clarendon in lane 5. If you have a rental car and you've lost your car keys, we have had a set of car keys turned into us. The commentators all come see us and identify your car keys. They were found on the St. John's table. We've asked St. John's parents if they perhaps belong to them. Haven't heard anything back, so I'm just...
During the break, I'll be doing donuts with the car out back.
We're going to go to the beach.
We're going to go to the beach, do a few donuts with your car, so we'll send pictures. And the boats are coming down. And it's all happening at the moment. No real surprise there. They are in the lead, and the crew got a little bit of work set out for them. And now a little bit off the boil. But it is great work up top by Clarendon Willis. I think it's Clarendon PGRC. They still seem very close to each other. Who can build up the momentum here? But St. Andrews got it. Remember, first 2. And
so their race is on for second place in this heat, Rob.
Yeah, you don't want to leave it to chance. You're going to absolutely go for it. And those boats are doing really well. I think it's a Clarendon crew. They've got good momentum. They are moving well, can't make any mistakes. PG. But St. Andrews just secure a place in the finals. And now the work behind them. It is the Clarendon crew.
Yeah, for my money, I'm thinking the PGRC crew. Holy Rosary off the boil.
Yeah, Holy Rosary unfortunately off the boil there with Zoe Koto, Mikle Morgan and Iman. But the St. Andrews team are just putting enough firepower to make sure they stay in this race. Clarendon looking really good. We'd like to see what happens in the final. But St. Andrews, great row from them.
In the final, and this... Two crew from Somerset, and lane 5, the Zulu crew from St. Mary's.
the mic's no, there's no mic on. They don't let anybody test it for what it is. So nobody actually knows what it's made of.
And Kate, I've got to call this race because I see green, and I think it's Clarendon. It's a Coleman crew looking very well positioned. They've got St. Stephen's Chukwatamba, lane 3, but that Clarendon crew is looking really good. Somerset Wilcox are in lane 2, lane 3, St. Stephen's Chukwatamba, Clarendon Coleman, lane 4, and lane 5 at St. Mary's Zulu.
They got rid of the conflicts and then they announced they're closing. They knew we would.
And this is turning into a superb race because Clarendon have put their neck out. They've taken some of that hometown advantage, made a big push.
A lot of these girls. Coastal.
Yeah.
Oh, awesome.
Phoebe and Alora.
Chelsea, Sophie, Alara.
So Phoebe, Chelsea, and Alora.
Yeah. We're going to get their blazers.
So we've got some of the coastal rows in that Clarendon crew, and it's we think it's Phoebe Coleman, Chelsea Rennie, and Alara Hen racing coastals, probably going to get their blazers for the South African team. So it's great to see them out there. They are feeling a bit of pressure now because St. Mary's Zulu are slowly chipping away at that lead. They've been hanging in there nicely. You can see they've distanced themselves even from the St. Stephen's Chukwatamba set, but that St. Mary's team will not go away. They've got good blade work. You can see the difference in the blade styles. St. Mary's are building momentum, and this is where they make a move. That is a strong effort from St. Mary's. St. Mary's are moving. Clarendon's trying to hold them off. Remember, it's the first two and the next fastest two to the finals, so no real need to race each other. You can sort of just cruise over the line, but I think all of them are going for it now. Yeah, so the two teams are neck and neck. Clarendon putting in a big power 10, trying to hold that St. Mary's. But St. Mary's have got good stroke rate. A little bit of a high stroke rate, good technical work. Clarendon are not going anywhere. They're holding on right until the end. St. Stephen's Chukwatamba, unfortunately, I would have expected. And those two. Coming across the line there. They're going to hold on to see if they get the next fastest time. Of no, Garrity and Bester. Somerset College good, strong support here from their fans. So we're now moving on to the junior women's under 16 doubles, the long-awaited event. There are 2 heats. Some of our finest athletes have arrived for this. Holy Rosary, Arthur, lane 1, lane 2, Holy Rosary, King. Lane 3, St. Andrews, Peters. Lane 4, St. Stithians, Landman. And lane 5, DSG, Ducata. And we've got the umpire boat right on top of the Holy Rosary boats. So that's in the early lanes, lane 1 and 2. St. Andrews, Peters, Ellis Labaskachny out of trouble and holding their line. And for my money, that tells me that Holy Rosary have put a big effort in there. I think they might be in the lead, but it's too early to tell. We'll have to wait. Great to see our Olympian Paige Badenhorst on the water. She'll definitely wave to her fans. Hi, Paige. There we go. Great to have her here. And Calvin Damon also getting ready on the boat there for St. Albans. Looking like a good, strong athlete. Okay. Remember, first 2 and the next fastest 2 to the A final. So currently in the lead, it looks like the Holy Rosary boat. I think there might be a swap there. It could be Cleo De Casa and Gemma Lee Arthur. We'll have a look now as they come through. Or could be Erin Beaming and Kate Zillan. Let's have a look. But right next to them, it's Paige Peters and Tanique Elislav-Skachny. Those 2 boats are the ones that are driving the pace. St. Stithians, DSG, so St. Stithians, Landman and Buerta, DSG, Ducata, Llewellyn, not alongside them. So there are 4 boats at the moment, 1 boat right at the back. That's the DSG boat. Can't really see them. They're behind the umpire's boat at the moment. But that's good work. So I think it's Holy Rosary and St. Andrews. And St. Stithians, certainly not out of it. Isabella Landman, Charlotte Buerta, good strong athletes in their own right. And maybe they've paced this quite well, but those 3 boats are coming close to the creek, about 600 meters to go. 1 and 2 are sure of spots in the finals. But that Holy Rosary boat is looking nice and tidy. St. Andrews, it looked like they changed receptor from this angle.
Yeah, because, well, that's, I mean, Rika's coaching them. So Daryl's already on Rika's from the Stelly.
I think St. Andrews have done plenty to hold off St. Stithians. They're not going to be too worried. And I think it is Holy Rosary, St. Andrews. The angle will tell us as they get closer. But Tanique and Page for St. Andrews, no slouches. Those are good, strong athletes. And they will control this all the way to the end. Right at the back, the DSG crew just unable to hang with the front of the field. And now the race is starting to get interesting. It is Kate Zillen, Cleo de Kaiser from Holy Rosary, and then Tanique Elizabeth Page Peters. They were holding back for this moment because they've started to push a little bit more power. There are a few power strokes and they're starting to distance themselves. They're going, looks to me like Holy Rosary are hanging in there, but that is a big move from St. Andrews. I think they've put their nose out front. Remember, 1 and 2 guaranteed to the finals. And so St. Stithians at the moment hanging on for a next fastest time to the finish.
How much that conversation went over the, I was like,
And now they're looking really nice and tidy. Looks to me like St. Andrews have just put down a little bit of firepower on the power. And they're moving well. Holy Rosary staying in there. Looking nice and strong there. Those two guaranteed to make to the finals. The next race is underway. They're coming up to Cardi. It's all very
sucks in the water below, so we're just doing the best we can with our draw.
The early lane's doing well. I think the race crew on the far side, but in the centre, it's got a Holy Rosary crew. They're having a good, strong performance from them. Holy Rosary, nice and tidy, and I think they're making a big push on the Kes crew. Kes in red, Somerset stuck between St. Albans and Sachs, who are just behind them. Oh, up the Somerset crew have just had an issue.
Oh no!
And they've got that blade back. Oh, and Marshall's getting them around there. St. Albans just making their way around. They've got that blade back, but they just got to calm down.
But that opened the door for Kes. Kes just kept going.
Yeah, they've still got time, but they've got to put that blade in and just work their way back in. Yeah, and that Kes crew really opening it up. Now we're going to see what Somerset, they got a little bit of anger on their side. And they just got to go for the next fastest finish. From where they are strong. They've got to be powerful. They've got to go past everybody. And now they're back in.
They're back on, but it is going to be a tight. Are they going to collide, or have they got open water?
So Somerset make their way, and I think they get away with that. They're just ahead of Sachs, and they are moving well.
Wow. Somerset wanting to come back over the St. Albans crew.
Yeah, Somerset are going to give it a proper go. Kez are going to take this. And Somerset are racing on anger and fury and the shouts of the crowd. And they have picked it up, and they're going to be tied by about now.
And it's Kez Tabakale over the line. But what a race it's coming in here. Somerset trying to come back from their stop. And Selborne College has pulled out ahead of St. Albans, trying to catch up with the Albans, but it is Selborne College ahead of the pack at this point. St. Albans has got half a boat length ahead of Somerset College as they come into the finish. I'll give you a guess where we're standing, Rob. We're standing in the middle of Somerset College. I can't even hear.
It is all going, and that is a superb race. That's a big comeback.
And Sachs coming in.
Sachs coming in, crossing the line. What a race.
It's always those moments, Rob, that really make the athletes and test your fortitude, because when something goes wrong, you've got to come back with all your might. And, you know, sometimes it doesn't mean you're necessarily going to win, but that you come back and you give it your all. To me, that's the victory that builds character that matters for life. And that's what those guys do. And it's they must remember that under hardship, perseverance is what counts, because when it happens again, it can happen to anybody.
Yeah.
And
I think the question all the parents are going to be asking is, how long before you decided to stop the boat and put the blade back in its rightful place? Because they were still going and still trying to figure it out. But they came back. You learn a lot, but at the same time, they were pushing for... anyway.
Great character. But we've got Selborne finishing up here now. And the next race, or the next heat coming down. Kez, Mafela, lane 1. Skeel from Selborne, lane 2. Perry from St. Andrews, lane 3. Sherwood from St. Benedict's, lane 4. And Van Durkheim from Somerset in lane 5.
And having a look now, it is the Kez Mafela crew, but I think you're going to have that St. Benedict's Sherwood crew. We saw them in the sculls earlier. They are good, strong athletes. And I think St. Benedict's are going to control the race. They're going to get in the lead, and they're going to cruise and conserve energy. And that's exactly what they're doing. They've got the powerhouses of Stepanovic, Gigi the Italian Stallion de Dominicis, Matthew Perry, Matthew Sherwood, and Tyler Lloyd. And that's exactly what they're doing. They're just holding Kez off. They're going to take the win, and they're going to make sure they've got enough for the rest of the regatta. Kez still making a big push. Mafela, Suleiman, Goodspeed, Palmer, Selobocho. But that St. Benedict's crew is one to keep an eye out for. Look at that. They just take a few power strokes, same stroke rate. And that shows that they've got plenty of thunder in those quads.
Yeah, that's St. Benedict's crew rating nice and slow. Kez going much faster rate.
We've got an issue right on the far end. It's a Somerset crew.
Somerset.
They're going to hit land. So Somerset have got to hit
watch
anchors.
where you're steering. Somerset.
Somerset's are going to hit anchors.
There we go. They've slowed down.
They kept going.
Into the rocks. We don't want to do that.
Selborne Skill coming through. Very strong time. So too St. Andrews Parry. Those boats rowing side by side for a long time, but Selborne are going to take that. And that Somerset crew on the far side, a bit unlucky. The first Somerset team, an errant blade. Second Somerset team, an embankment. They're throwing everything at these boys, and they keep coming back.
They're going to check out the action, I think, with the local swimmers.
That is so, and you know, you can feel how fast the because you've got the speed, but at some stage you've got to pull anchors.
When you beach your boat on the rocks, then it's not.
But they're going to finish, and they're going to learn about that, see how they can straighten that boat out of it.
Heat 3 on its way down now. Selborne Collins in lane 1, Rogers from Gray lane 2, Eden from St. Albans in lane 3, Kirschbaumer from Ronnebosch lane 4, and Warbeck from St. Benedict's in lane 5.
Yeah, so we've heard the name Warbeck before, Michaela Warbeck early on with Diego Ramos in the men's pair.
This is the little brother.
Little brother, Aaron Warbeck.
Aaron
is a stroke, and Aaron is a good, strong athlete. And he's got composure, Very different to his brother, but he's got the same sort of grit and firepower. St. Albans looking very nice.
And St. Benedict's.
Yeah, Jason Eden in the stroke seat there. Matlapeng, Cross and Garvin, and Trevor Butts as the Cox. I think they're doing nicely. St. Benedict's, Rawbeck also well positioned. Gray Rogers still alongside, but it looks like that St. Albans Eden crew have made a good push.
I think St. Albans and St. Benedict's have set the pace for that heat. But it's a race to the finish for the first team, or for the first boat in the heat to try to secure their spot in the final.
Gee, now this is one where you've got to think about it. St. Benedict's, I think I've got a little bit more oomph there than St. Albans, but there's still a bit of racing left. You've got to take that first position, third position. You can't make any mistakes. We saw what happened earlier. Make mistakes, they go for it.
Need something to shut. Just push my number. Gins, beers, whatever you want. See you in a bit.
Thank you.
Okay.
And so now looking very nice and tidy, St. Albans, Eden. They're alongside the St. Benedict's crew. St. Benedict's also nice and relaxed. Very controlled stroke rate. They're bringing a lot of quad power. St. Albans have lifted up the rate. And now St. Benedict's put in strokes. They're doing exactly what their teammates did. They look out and now controlling it all the way to the finish. St. Benedict's are controlled. That is a master class from those rowers. And Aaron Rawbeck looks out at the boat. He knows what needs to be done, and he does just that. St. Albans going to finish in second. Gray have been working really well. Sebastian Rogers in stroke seat. Nice and sharp in their blue out. Then so too is Rondebosch Kirschbaumer. And then the Selborne crew. And Selborne coming through. They're going to finish right to the end. Great to see Selborne here. That's it. They feel the firepower. The finish line is nearly there. And they start to connect and push. So Marshall's doing a sterling job. It's 10:47. Next race starts at 10:49. So they've done a great job getting us back on time. We've got junior men's under 19 first sculls, and we have got 6 heats. These are going to be action-packed, and then we've got the first break at 11:31.
Did you say break, Rob? Did you say a break?
They've said we're allowed a break.
Ooh!
And it's a 40-minute break. So everybody is aware. You can replenish, relax, get yourself under control. And we've got some big, strong rows here. That's probably who's of junior men's under 19 first sculls. We're keeping an eye out on some of the big guns, and they've all arrived here. Big Ben Redfern from Bishops, lane 4, up against Alex Christie from Kes. So already we're starting off with some, and this is the fastest 6 times, so no holding back. They're just going to open it up. Really hard to get a position in this finals.
Yeah, it definitely is. setting off.
And so we're calling this race down Heat 1, Junior Men's and 19 First Skulls. Alistair Crest, Somerset, Lane 1. Lane 2, Rafael Carrara, St. Andrews. Lane 3, Andrew van der Zee from Kes. Lane 4, James Demise, Rondebosch. Lane 5, Luto Guabeni Gray. And lane 6, Calvin Damon, St. Albans. And so all the work here, Rafael from St. Andrews is making a very good push. He's alongside or just behind Andre van der Zee. Andre, also known as Andrew or Drew. Commentators allowed to call him Andre because they cut off the W. but he's doing a good job. Strongest athletes on the ergo and on the water now. Moving so well. I mean, to put such a distance between Rafael Carrara, who's a good athlete in his own right.
Yeah, I know. It's a bit late.
Try to get any entries out of the window.
And James Domise. Rhonda Bosch in third, James Domise, Alistair Cress, Somerset. He's in lane 1. And then Gray, Luther Guabeni, a little bit off. Calvin Damon, we haven't seen him from St. Albans. So let's wait and see. But Andrew van der Zee, one of our junior national rowers. And he's a good, strong athlete. Remember, Foster 6 times. The weather has introduced down these rates significantly. But he's moving nicely. Got open water. And he's slowly picking it up, moving away from the rest of the field. So Andrew van der Zee, masterclass in rowing. And that is superb race from him. And that adds many boat lengths behind him, and the strong Rafael Carrara. Good strong boys. And James from Rondebosch. Gray. And Rafael Carrara making a big strong push. He's a good strong athlete. For Andrew van and James Domise from Rondebosch. He's going to take third. And then Gray, followed by Alistair Cress, Somerset. Do you want a chair? I'm so much happier now.
I'm actually I'm better. Sterling is sitting.
Van der Zee's fast, eh?
Yeah, he is. That kid is.
And the second of the heats are underway, and we've got some great athletes on the water. Matthew Herman, St. John's, lane 1. Mr. Fredrickson Sachs, lane 2. Is it Chris? Christian Fredrickson, he's lane 2. And then Bradley Taylor Kez, lane 3. Aidan Douglas Gray, lane 4. Luca Muller, St. Albans, lane 5. So these are going to be a great race. All really good athletes in their own right. Keep in mind, we've got young Aidan Douglas. Young Aidan Douglas, younger brother to Munro Douglas, now rowing out of Tix. He'll be here this weekend as well. And then Luca Muller, St. Albans.
The who's who.
It's a who's who, but I do see Bradley Taylor cares. There is the red, and that does stick out quite nicely on his inside. Just having a look there, it's quite tricky to see. It looks like Christian Fredrickson from Sachs.
If you've got one of our WhatsApp numbers and you're watching back home, you can send us a message and we'll give you a shout out. So we know Barry. How's it to Barry?
How's it to Barry? We've got Nolene from the East Rand. Hi, Nolene.
Hi, Nolene.
Yeah. And Nolene was watching Shaylin King early on in the sculls. Nolene normally brings us cookies.
Yeah, but where's the banana bread?
Where's Ella's Labuskachnis for banana bread?
They said we could ask for anything. Dad's running around in a tutu and a tiara today. I don't know what's happening there. But here comes Bradley Taylor from Kez in lane 3. He was on the junior national squad. The under-19s went to Lithuania back in August. Nice to see him out on the water competing.
Yeah, and that's given them like a proper little helping hand up in their competitive spirit. But Christian Fredrickson, Sachs, looking nice and well positioned, also ahead of Matthew Herman, who's in lane 1.
Yeah.
Just on the side.
Sneaky lane.
Yeah, St. Albans. I see another St. Albans athlete behind them, but can't figure out who that is.
I bet Matthew Herman's mom, Jenny's watching back. Sport. It's not Super Sport.
What? Eagle Media.
It is Eagle Media. I was told it's nice to have Eagle Media back because it's
Eagle
been Eagle
Media.
Media for the last couple of years. And then somebody said to me, it was the other guys. Eagle Media, you guys rock. Because you know what? You Oaks get out on the boat. I'm talking to one of the cameramen right now. You guys get out in the boat and you have chasing these dudes. So we're hoping to see some of your action again this year. So thank you to Eagle Media for being with us again this weekend. Gave me the eyes, Rob.
If you want to race, you can from Matthew Herman from St. John's. He's been tapping away in lane 1. I think Christian Fredrickson is a good, strong unit and can hold him off. But when you're under attack there, it's quite tricky. Bradley Taylor cares. Masterclass. Even Aiden Douglas from Grey, not too far off the pace, but it looks like Sachs has done plenty. He's putting down those big quads, and he's moving well.
You guys Sachs parrot. Junior Open or Senior Open? Senior Open.
So as they move, Bradley Taylor cares coming through. Christian Fredrickson from Sachs.
We're just getting the inside scoop that these two inside racers, Sachs and St. John's, both junior opens. Bradley Taylor, senior open. Bradley Taylor coming in first in the heat. It looks hot out there. I'm looking at Bradley and I'm thinking, if we're hot here on the balcony, these guys are taking some serious sunstrain.
Yeah, Christian Fredrickson from Sachs. That is a masterclass under pressure from Matthew Herman.
Matthew Herman rating
And
up a
held him
little
off.
bit as he comes past the boathouse. There he goes. St. John's bringing it home.
And these are big, strong athletes. You can see the wind. Aiden Douglas coming through for Grey. Big, strong row from him.
Going through to the final. Combined.
Yeah, Aiden Douglas, great to see him there. One of the young guns for Grey. Superb effort from him. And I think that's Luca Muller off the boil. Decided to hold himself for another day. And that is Calvin Damon right at the top. So he's also out of this race, just making his way down the lanes. So too is Luca Muller. Currently on the water, heat 3 of the 6 heats. Junior men's under 19 first sculls. Liam Franken, St. Albans, lane 1. Aidan Clement, Selborne, lane 2. Alex Christie, Kes, lane 3. Ben Redfern, Bishops, lane 4. And Matt Jardine, Rondebosch, lane 5.
All right, Rob, we've got an announcement for some vehicle owners whose cars are imminently in danger of being towed. They're in peril, towing peril, loading. So this is an urgent situation. Your vehicles are, according to local traffic police, blocking the traffic, just over the bridge, turning left and going downwards around the bend. These vehicles are blocking traffic and need to be moved immediately. So there is an Eastern Cape Isuzu license plate JDW 948. Also a Renault HYX 87ZEC, we think. JVR 959 Eastern Cape, a Ford Figo. HZ 309 Eastern Cape Toyota RAV4. F as in Frank, BT, B as in boy, 186 Eastern Cape Terios. And JZ Jean 594, a Suzuki Swift. Your vehicles are going to be towed.
Yeah, so that's an Isuzu, a Renault, a Ford Figo, Toyota RAV4, a Terios, and a Suzuki Swift.
So if you're driving one of those, you can come check with us at the commentator. Come look at the paper. The parking guards are worried, so that they really are there threatening to tow those cars. This is not us making that up. The message from the car guards is that the police are planning to tow those vehicles. So come check with us.
And Alex Christie is doing a masterclass here, going really well. Big Ben Redfern from Bishops, he's out in lane 4. And closest to us, I think it's Liam Frankham from St. Albans. It is Liam Frankham from St. Albans. right yet again, Kaz. But it's Alex Christie. The Kes rowers have done a superb job here. Ben Redfern, good, strong athlete, also a Sastry athlete, making his way down here. Liam Franken, St. Albans, and Bishops. Alex Christie opening it up, going for a fast time through to the finals. He's paced it as well as he can, and he's opening it up.
It seemed like everybody was a bit off.
Alex Christie, good, strong athlete there. A few more strokes, he's going to take it. Then Ben Redfern, nice and controlled. Ben Redfern, strong sculler. And he's going to do enough to control it. Time trial all the way to the end. And then Liam Franken, St. Albans. Good controlled pace from him. Yeah, some of our best scullers out here. And that looks like Matt Jardine from Rondebosch. And Matt Jardine Rondebosch coming through, and that looks like Damien Bonhager Kun on the skull. Just whoop up boat race, great having him here. That Olympic rower, they walk among us.
And they coach amongst us.
Yes, they do. Some of the Olympians around here, Chris Baxter, Paige Bardenhorst. I'm not sure if Paige is coaching, but she's here. Kat Williams.
Our other really strong athletes, Murray Bale Smith is out there coaching with St. Albans. We've had a lot of people checking their car tags, especially the rental cars. So we'll go through the list one more time. These are the vehicles that need to be moved. In Isuzu Eastern Cape plates, JDW948. A Renault HYX872 Eastern Cape plate. JVR959 Ford Figo. HZ309 Toyota RAV4, FBT186 Terios, and JZG594E, that's the Suzuki Swift. So those are the vehicles that need to be moved.
So team on the waters at the moment, heat 4, Ron Bosch, Connor Wyatt, lane 2, Adrian Lee, Somerset, lane 3, Archie Warwick, Adrian Lee, Somerset, and then lane Africa de Lima, St. Albans, lane 4 in the lead, Marcia Pereira, JP, lane 5. And now they're going for a fast time. Wind seems to be picking up the entire time, so Africa de Lima got a gap between him and the rest of the field. Marcia Pereira, the only one sort of sticking around. Connor Wyatt, Rondebosch, a lot of work to do, but it becomes quite hard at this stage. Big pace by Africa. Well-paced effort, Africa from St. Albans and Marcio from Jeppe. They've held back as much as they can, and now they start to unwind it. And they just, whatever's left, throw it out there. Africa doing a superb job, hoping for a spot in the finals, and that time should help that. Yeah, he's going for it. Marcio Teixeira looking behind him. I think he gave as much as he could, and he looks a little bit spent, but he's still there. He has a look behind him. He's wishing the finish line towards himself. And Marcio starts to pick it up. That's it. He's going to throw a Hail Mary out there. Maybe he makes it to the finals. And that is a long race, 2,000 meters into a headwind. Connor Wyatt, Rhonda Bosch. Whenever you see them looking out of the boat, that means they've put in a lot of effort and they're getting tired. Yeah, but Connor Wyatt is still going, so he's giving it a go. Just shortens the stroke rate, starts to pick it up. About 25 strokes left, young man, and he's going for it. Yeah, that's Wyatt from Rhonda Bosch. Good, strong race. Got to get to the end. That's not really smooth water. It is quite ruffled and corrugated. Makes it look a little bit easier than it is. Oh, and that's a proper... Adrian Lee from Somerset nearly went for a swim there. And just held on. It shows you the effort that he's been pushing out there. That's it, the boat's not as stable as you'd like. That's it, and Somerset's going to make it over the line there. Adrian Lee. Too happy with that, speaking to his blades. Didn't stick in the way he wanted. And they've just gone past maybe the 600-meter mark. That looks like Michael Teixeira from St. Benedict's in the blue. So he's way in the lead. The only one that's hanging around there, I think, is Matthew Aiden from St. Albans. He's out there in lane 5. William Miller from St. John's. Yeah, so William Miller from St. John's is right next to Anganati Wapi from Buffalo RC. And then Adam Arnold, Rhonda Bosch. Doing very nicely at the moment. Maybe just a little bit behind Matthew Aiden. But that is Michael Teixeira. Good, strong sculler. SA champion. And he's moving very nicely. I think he's in Braveheart, Baby Blue Boat. And he's picked it up. He makes it look very easy into the headwind. And so Michael Teixeira is putting down a lot of power. He's got maybe 100, 150 meters left, and he's going for it. He's trying to get through to the finals. Can't slow down. You've got to row right through the line. That's what he's doing. Michael Texera and Braveheart looking very strong. Good, strong stroke work. Squeezing those legs down. Good compression. And he's going to make it all the way to the line. Very well done. St. Benedict's. Second position, Maddie Aiden. Out there for St. Albans. Yeah, Maddie Aiden, a little bit more controlled, less aggression than what we're used to. See flying fish out there. And Maddie Aiden's got that good, strong, powerful rate. And he'll start to pick it up just for the last few. Massive power through the quads. Makes it look very easy. He's going to take second. Adam Arnold, Rondebosch. Moving that boat nicely. He's picked it up. Got his stroke rate, holding strong. Getting shouted across the line by his teammates. And he's going to give it a go right to the end. And then behind him, Anganati Wapi from Buffalo, having a race there with William Miller from St. John's. Anganati Wapi from Buffalo is throwing a lot at it. He's thrown right. William Miller's looking at it. Anganati Wapi, Buffalo. It looks like he's going to take it from the powerful St. John's, William Miller. Oh, that's going to be close to call. I would not want to call that. And Buffalo's got to be careful just to stay in the boat. And those are Olympic rowers just making their way down the course. I think that's Damien Bonehage-Kun and Paige Badenhorst. And the dog has it. And that is actually Chris Baxter.
Christopher Baxter.
Christopher Baxter. Sorry, we saw Damien Bonehage-Kun going out with all him. It'll never happen again, Kaz.
Yeah, Rob.
Yeah, Chris Baxter won't mind. He's doing well. And Paige Badenhorst as well.
We see the rescue boat rescuing the green plastic from the river.
Yeah.
Thanks for the cleanup.
Thanks for cleanup. And those are the athletes to keep an eye out in some of the big gun races later on. And we've got the last of the heats.
Another cracker.
Yeah, Peter Marburg, Somerset, lane 1, lane 2, Jock Escort, Bishops, Liam Root, Jeppy, lane 3, Demba McGivey, St. Albans, lane 4, and Callum Brudvig, St. Benedict's, lane 5. And that is good, strong racing from Liam Root from Jeppy. The black and white crew are going to absolutely love that. He's picked it up. Even Demba McGivey struggling to stay with him. Liam Root is a big, strong human being. And I think Jock Escort from Bishops, only one to be hanging around there. But Liam Root's taken it out. He's going for it.
And the time is now 11:30.
Yeah, well done to all our officials.
Running ahead of time.
Running ahead of time, like spot on. That is absolutely superb. Well done to them. It is a movable feast. It's quite tricky to keep it together.
Speaking of movable feasts, it's a break now.
It's a break. Time to top up your sunscreen.
Drink some water.
Drink some water. Make sure you're okay.
And we resume racing at 12:10, so that's 40 minutes from now. So we'll just cheer in this last heat, and then we'll take a break.
You ready? Sorry, you ready for your interview?
Pardon?
We interview you now, so as soon as this is finished, we'll interview you. Are you ready? We're just going to ask you about stuff. It'll be fun.
So Liam Rudd bringing it home from Jeppy. Again, the 6 fastest times from all 6 heats will be here. The reporters. Dembe Mugibi coming in the 2nd place position in the heat. Jock Escort just behind him. And Brudvig and Myburg from St. Benedict's and Somerset College respectively finishing up the heat. And that's a wrap for Liam Rudd. I think he was holding his breath, Rob, because he crossed the finish line, I saw him go, whoa.
Liam Rudd is one strong human being. Every time I see him at Germiston Lake, he's carrying boats. Africa, Dembe Mugibi.
Yeah.
Dembe Mugibi doing great stuff. I've still got his Bowside magazine. He must come collect it when I see him. And Jock Escort Bishops, also a good, strong athlete.
And here come Myburg and Brudvig.
Yeah, I'm gonna allow Callum Brudvig out for this one. He seems like he's just chilling. Yeah, I think. And then Peter Marburg, Somerset.
Right, so as we said, we will be on a break now until 12:10. The next race scheduled is event 39. It is the junior men's under 16 doubles, and that resumes at 12:10.
And we very happy before we go for our break to have Zana Appleby here. Zana, are you having fun?
Yes, sir.
And how's everything going at the moment? How many races do you have today?
hard, you know, just get on high level.
Actually, like full on. Me arguing with the under 16s at one time, bro. I'm like, you're too big for I'm doing a harder again. But he got the legs. But like I'm telling you right now, I'm just going to if anyone's gonna kill
Bradley Taylor. What's the time difference between us and them?
Like the loss that I
Go, Christian. Cap wasn't big enough. Thomas should be ready for about 20 seconds.
And Michael Texera got a 9.2. The SA champion.
He set on the 16 record. No, he did for it. Is it windy up there?
Yeah, it's windy up there.
Everyone shows up on Saturdays. They're probably pulling in now. They're probably checking with the trailer.
No, don't say that. Sorry. Ian, why are you eating now? You're getting ready in 40 minutes. Oh, so you're taking my hand sanitizer now? Oh, it's a tiny tub, I thought you. Oh, stop! Oh my god, I actually can't. Stop! No. You're telling me you wouldn't get annoyed every 5 seconds.
He's on the 5:30. I've been on that bus for every single minute once really.
Coach Dan, I said we're not doing a double for 7 years. I would like a break between. How much are iced coffees? Why not? What's wrong with the coffee now? Where's my bag? Oh.
Jimmy Goldsworthy and Alex. Next heat is Ethan Josh. Then I think it's Andy, AJ. Then it's Van Roy and Amos.
Hopefully you have refueled, you have watered, you have sunscreened. Hopefully you've moved your car. That all is well, that ends well after the lunch break. And into the afternoon session we go here down at the Buffalo Regatta. Thank you to our sponsors, BCM Tourism and to RMB. Please go see the RMB stand down next to the boathouse. It's wonderful to have such great sponsors on board. The racing is resuming. We've got the junior men's under 16 doubles. There are 4 heats of this event. The first finisher in each heat will progress to the final, along with the next fastest 2 from all heats combined. Goldsworthy from Somerset in lane 1, Raga from Grey in lane 2, St. Albans Perton in lane 3, Band from St. John's in lane 4, Best from Ron Jeppy in lane 6. It looks like the race is on its way down now, that they have begun. And again, this is race number 51, event 39, 4 heats of event 39. The junior men's under 16 doubles. Just having a quick squiz as the race is only just in its early minutes. It looks as if it might be the Perton crew from St. Albans in lane 3 pace for the heat, but we'll give them a little bit longer till we make a more definitive call. Thank you to Eagle Media for keeping the live. Local is lekker. Eagle Media here out of East London. Yeah, and for my money, looking down the river, it does look like Liam Kiriatzis, Michael Perton from St. Albans leading the pack. They are the boat from St. Albans in lane 3. for this Heat 1. Once again, with 4 heats, the first finisher in each of the 4 heats progresses to the final, and the next fastest 2 from all heats combined. And it looks like the Raga crew from Gray and Basingthwaite from Ronnebosch putting on a good show. Also, Jeppy Jean crew out in lane 6 putting in a strong performance. It appears as if there's a little bit of lane swapping going on as the guys come down past the creek, but it's still the Puritan crew. Once again, Michael Puritan, Liam Kyriatsis. Rondebosch, Basingthwaite. And the Grey crew putting in a strong performance.
Where is Somerset? Struggling to see where Somerset is.
St. John's and Somerset College falling off the pace and struggling just a little bit. It looks like that headwind is a formidable opponent. But the St. Albans crew has this well in hand. And then a nice race developing here between Rondebosch, Bishops, and Jeppy. Bishops here on the inside lane. You can see they're right smack in the middle of a wind tunnel, but heading for some clear water. St. Albans doesn't seem to mind the headwind. But clear water out here in front of the boathouse, or the clubhouse. But the Bosch-Bish race happening on the inside 2 lanes. Jeppy on the outside lane, trailing just behind them with St. John's, several boat lengths behind, and Somerset that. But it is St. Albans to secure their spot into the final for the Perton and Kyriotsis.
Cheers.
Bosch, Bish, and Jeppy. Here they come past the clubhouse. We're going to hear a roar of excitement from their supporters as they come. I'll hear the row, Jeppy row. Great, I've been saying Bish. I'm so sorry. I had a special lunch, I think. Crew. Pretorius and Raga from Gray. Please forgive me, Gray. Jeppy just ahead of Rondebosch, but Rondebosch is rating up now, and they are going to pass through Jeppy. They are now a canvas ahead, but Gray College is on the move, and they are one of the faster boats out of the three, and it looks like they may have just walked past Jeppy. Hard to see from this angle who's going to cross the line. It's Rondebosch over. And Jeppy and Gray, tight finish. We still have St. John's on the course and Somerset Goldsworthy crew. Okay, get the right heat, Kezzy, so you're not saying Bishops when you mean Gray.
No, all is the same.
And it is St. John's coming past now. Skinner and Ben from St. John's passing in front of their supporters. Don't worry about the sculler out there. He's just doing a little pre-racing, little training. And that's St. John's over the line. I think Somerset. E2 up next for the junior men's under 16 doubles. In lane 1, Duplessis from Gray. In lane 2, now it's Bishops, The Douglas crew from Bishops in lane 2. Onyeneku from Jeppe in lane 3. McGregor from Somerset in lane 4. Mutlana from St. Albans in lane 5. And Arnott from Rondebosch in lane 6. Having a look down the course, for my money right now, I'm going to put my money on Jeppe Onyeneku being the one out in the lead. Bucks. Bakang. Coach Bakang. You can't see me. Jeppe Onyeneku out in the lead, and it looks like the McGregor crew from Somerset and Douglas crew from Bishop in hot pursuit. So it's a lane 3, lane 2, lane 4 race. They're under the power lines, past the halfway point, approaching the creek, which means they have about 600 meters, give or take, to go, depending on where they are in the heat. But it is Jeppe out in the lead. It looks like Somerset probably tucked in there in second. And it is the Bishops crew, the Douglas crew from Bishops, I think. Let me have a look through now. And I'd say in the outside lane, Rondebosch also looking pretty strong in lane 6. But this race right now, this heat belongs to Onyeneku from Jeppe and Somerset McGregor. Second place coming down past the creek. Bishop starting to drop back just a little bit. You'll see it is Grey College in lane 1, or Grey High, sorry, in lane 1. And our boats are now coming in to clear view of the clubhouse. Jeppe and Uneku, couple of boat lengths ahead of Somerset College. And then just behind Somerset College, it is Bishops, followed by Ronnebosch in the outside lane, lane 6. And then on the inside lane to Gray, the Duplessis crew in lane 1. And then it is Mutlana from St. Albans in lane 5. So once again, there are 4 heats. First place finisher, each of the 4 heats goes through to the finals. And the next fastest 2. So Jeppe and Uneku securing their spot in the final as they are just about to cross the line. Somerset College racing the clock. They've got nice flat water, bit of a headwind, but flat water. I had to give pause for Somerset to cheer their boat over the line. Here comes Bishops. David Douglas, Thomas Moody. And in the outside lane, we're looking at Hertzmacher and Arnott from Ronnebosch. We've got Grey High coming in front of, just about to cross in front of the clubhouse, and St. Albans. Mutlana crew. The next heat, T3, is already underway and pretty much at the halfway point. So that's the Downs crew from Somerset in lane 1, Taylor from Bishops in lane 2, Loss from Jeppe in lane 3. It is Harhoff from Sachs in lane 4, Mampana from St. Stithians in lane 5, and Strandvik from Ronnebosch in lane 6. Grey High coming in now, a couple strokes till they're finished, followed by St. Albans. Right, so in Heat 3, it is a tight race between Jeppe Loss, Sachs Harhoff, and St. Stithians Mampana. Those 3 in fairly close proximity, but my money right now is on the Sachs. Maybe on the Sachs crew. And Jeppe Loss also. You can see they're right smack in the middle of a wind channel. Sachs definitely out in the lead at this point, and it looks like it is Jeppy Loss just off their stern, with St. Mampana just behind them. So that race looking like it's going to be pretty clearly Sachs. Jeppy probably in the second place position in the heat. It's, remember, all about the time if they're not the first place finishers, so they want to be coming in as quickly as they can. And Sachs about to cross the line, so they are securing their spot into the final. Jeppy hoping they've got a fast enough time. St. Stithians coming through now, third place position in the heat. Couple of boats still to come in. Bishops. Taylor coming in here. And Ronda Bosch Strandvik. And we've got Somerset, the Downs crew, Valdez and Downs in lane 1 coming past the boathouse. I have a feeling the roar is going to rise behind me. Just a reminder to these athletes, make sure that you're drinking lots and lots of water before you get out on the out onto the boats, because you'll be burning up. Oh, Rob, thanks for the water, man. But if you're already feeling dehydrated, it's too late to drink that water. So please be drinking so much water that you know that it's going through you. Trying to catch up when you're dehydrated is not where you want to be for your racing, so please drink that water. Drink, drink, drink. I'm being bossy, sorry. Heat 4 now of the junior men's under 16 doubles, the final heat. The first place finisher progressing to the final. Next fastest two from all 4 heats. We'll have to see who that will be. But in the Heat 4, Jeppy Schlechter in lane 1, Gray Fisher crew in lane 2, Sinstithians Doble crew in lane 3, Rademeyer from Rondebosch in lane 4, Oates from Sachs in lane 5, and Huysen from Somerset in lane 6. It is the Gray Fisher crew out in the lead, followed by Rademeyer from Rondebosch in this 4th heat. So leading down the bright blue of Gray High. Fantastic rowing from Gray, Redmond and Fisher. And they're just ahead of Cass and Rademeyer from Rondebosch. And the headwind just challenging these double. But Gray High didn't seem to fluster it. Their pace run just off their stern. Their rates seem to be holding steady.
Who said that?
Gray High can sense that they are now approaching the clubhouse, and they know that the finish line is near. Just keeping Rondebosch at bay. Probably about a canvas of clear water between the two boats. And it's Gray High coming in for the finish, securing their spot into the final. Couple more strokes for them to make that spot there. Is Rondebosch coming in close behind. We'll see how those measure up. After all the heat finishers from the 4 heats will tell us who those finalists will be. Couple more to come in and finish this heat 4. Sinstithians, Sachs on their way now, with Sinstithians just ahead of Sachs. This is Unsteady from St. Stithians. How you look so cool in this heat is something to ask you guys when you get off the water from the St. Stithians guys. Sacks coming in now. That's Oates and Pike.
I don't. The bus is here.
So we've got the Somerset crew in the red boat out in lane 6, and the Jeppy Schlechter, they want to get a little closer.
Right.
Nice race on here. Rob's back, looking through the binoculars. My helper. But we've got work to do on the side, so we're commentating and working.
Yeah, we're just juggling as much as we can.
We're like
And,
circus performers.
Yeah, if it wasn't for you, Kaz, I would be in a pickle, but we are okay.
Same. Pickle to pickle. You know, we're just.
Race underway is picking up like the wind is as well. You can see that they're not struggling. I think they are doing just fine, but they're not as quick as before because the wind is pushing up against them.
That wind is pumping right now and got pretty heavily.
Yeah,
Jade
but
Bertrand looking like though she's got hand.
yeah, nice and strong. Bow side of Chipolana and Hannah Webb from Holy Rosary. So that's 1, 2, and 3. And they're looking good. Remember, it's a first and the next.
As there are only 3 heats.
Oh dear.
Hey, you beauty!
She might have changed. I mean, she might have.
And the girls on the far side, Rachel Murray in the green and Leslie Zhang. Is that right? Zhang from Somerset. Yeah, and I think Rachel Murray's being pushed around there by the wind. I can see her sort of struggling to get in, but it's all been controlled by Jade Bertrand in the front here. Tsako Shipolana just behind her.
And Hannah Webb. And then we've got the race on between Buffalo and DSG and Somerset.
She was named 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
Yeah, so it's all happening. Boats are being fed down the course, but you've got Jade Bertrand. Superb controlled race. That is nice controlled racing. Tsako Shipolana just behind her. And then Hannah Webb. They're going to be pushing through for the next fastest 3 to the A finals. Close to Jade Bertrand, so there's a chance. But Jade Bertrand taking it out.
Shipolana coming in now.
Yeah, good work from the St. Stithians athletes. And followed by Holy Rosary. And now they're going to pick it up. They're going for a fast finish time. Tsako Shipolana, St. Stithians. Hannah Webb, Holy Rosary. That's good controlled rowing, looking very nicely. Other boats out there.
It's Somerset. I think that's Somerset Zhang out in the far lane in lane 6, followed by DSG, followed by Janelle Moss from Buffalo Rowing Club, which was started in lane 1, but I think she was like, I don't like lane 1, I'm moving into lane 2, lane 3.
Yeah. You can
Find the cruising lane. That's where Jade came through.
That's a cruising lane. And the next sculls race are right on top of them, so you can see it's quite tricky for some of the athletes. I think the wind is like buffeting them around a bit.
So speaking of Heat 2, it is Somerset Marks in lane 1, Robin Faraday from Holy Rosary lane 2, Gabby Manson from St. Andrews lane 3, Angela Ilgner from St. Mary's lane 4, Mila Vinan from DSG in lane 5, and Alar Head from Clarendon in lane 6. That's a powerhouse.
Yeah, that is a proper powerhouse, and they're a lot closer than the first heat. They're looking very good at the moment. I think it is St. Andrews, and that's Gabby Manson. No real surprise there. She's been working hard all season, and she's nicely positioned. Mila Vainant, not too far away, but it's Angela Ilgner from St. Mary's. And I say these things and I get it wrong because it's not Angela Ilgner. Angela's there, but it's Mila Vainant from DSG. She's the one that's pushing. She's in the green on the far side.
Yeah, those two are side by side, I think.
Yeah, they're side by side, so they are keeping an eye on each other, but it's all Gabby Manson on the inside lane. On the far side, Alara Hen for Clarendon and Robin Fatty for Holy Rosary. But it's those 3 lanes, 3, 4, and 5. The race from the previous heat, Rachel Murray, DSG coming through. And Janelle from Buffalo, she's coming through. She's picked it up there and going to make a big push to the finish line.
Where are you located? Okay, what's your name?
There is of Nalina. Nalina, could you please report to the safety officer by the medics tent by the clubhouse, please? Nalina, please report to the safety officer by the medic tent.
And Gabby Manson's made a big push. She's controlled the race. She's done well. Mila Venant from DSG is also a strong athlete. Look at them go. Angela Ilgner's been revving it up, trying to make their way to the finals. But Gabby Manson, St. Andrews, done a top job. Mila Venant, DSG, she's very close by. And so too is Angela Ilgner. Good chance for them to make the finals behind Gabby Manson. And then Robin Fatty, Holy Rosary coming through. She's in the white boat on the far side. Alara Hen, Clarendon. Robin Fatty getting stuck in. And she's going to push right through to the end. Great to see her back in the scull. And Alara Hen, great work there for Clarendon. Out in the far lane. And good push through right to the end by Robin Fatty. And the next race on the water out and about, Milana Russ, St. Mary's lane 1, Olivia Heffler, Somerset lane 2, Kenya Simpson, she's lane 3, Robin Moore lane 4, and Emily Palmer, DSG lane 5. And Kenya Simpson, St. Stithians, is well placed, maybe just a little bit ahead of Robin Moore from St. Andrews, but those two are taking this race out to everyone.
They're bringing the power.
And Milana Rus, St. Mary's doing well in lane 1, just ahead of Olivia Heffler Somerset, who's in lane 2. But this is very impressive. Kenya Simpson's taking it out. Robin Moore is going to try get 3 St. Andrews rows into the finals. She's got to go for fastest time, and she is under a little bit of pressure. Milana Rus is looking well placed, but I think Robin Moore is just ahead of her. And they're starting to make a move. Kenya Simpson, that good long control stroke of hers. She looks very calm. Robin Moore as well. She's got a lot more power. I think she's just waiting to rev that engine. Moving just a little bit ahead of Milana Rus from St. Mary's. And Kenya Simpson looking nice and tidy. She's got a little bit of open water, but Robin Moore is going to start to pick it up. As she does, she's starting to press the legs down. And she's going to be going to try to get into that finals. Kenya Simpson taking this race convincingly. And Robin Moore has a look behind her and she starts to pick it up. She wants to make sure she is ahead of St. Mary's. St. Stephen's looking nice and classy. Good leg drive, good compression. And then young Robin Moore, she's one of the young guns, coming up the age groups, looking really nice, really strong and controlled. She's going to be certainly an athlete to look out for in the coming years. And Milana Rus, St. Mary's, coming through for a good, strong finish. That's a good race, and they're going to have to wait and see. They're quick enough to make the finals. You're winning.
That when I watch some
That's Olivia Heffler Somerset bringing it through. Emily Palmer, DSG, still out there, lane 5.
And just behind them, we've got heat 1 of 4 heats of the junior men's under 15 doubles. Sax Mkuzi crew in lane 1, Jeppy White in lane 2, the Eden crew from St. Albans in lane 3, Shield from Selborne in lane 4, and Nkosi from St. Benedict's in lane 5. DSG Palmer coming in now. But the doubles are coming.
Outgoing, but not a lot.
Who's this? I can't see who's it's. So St. Benedict's crew looking really strong here. That's Nkosi crew in lane 5, and St. Albans. That is.
And so we're having a look, and I do think it's Ulemu Nkosi and Gigi, the Italian stallion, De Dominicis in the St. Benedict's boat. Jason Eden and Matla Peng from St. Albans are looking nice and tidy there. Junior men's under 15 doubles. And I think it's always a great world to live in if you've got De Dominicis in your bow seat, because he's a strong individual. Ulemo Nkosi is going to be controlling that, working on that stroke, and now they're starting to make a move, coming through towards the end. Jason Eden and Matla Peng. So it's Eden, Matla Peng, St. Albans, and St. Benedict's Nkosi, De Dominicis. And Benny's have made a move. I think they've gone a little bit earlier. And look at that power stroke coming out there. Oh, and I think St. Albans just snagged a blade there. Let's wait and see, but it's that St. Benedict's crew have put down a lot of power. And now St. Albans find their rhythm, and they keep coming back, coming down to the last few strokes. Ulemo and Gigi from St. Benedict's trying to control as much as they can, matching each other very nicely. Eden, Matla Peng, very strong crew. That acceleration towards the end is great. And so those two, it's first and next fastest to the finals, but it is St. Benedict's and then St. Albans.
We've got Jeppy White coming in now.
Yeah, that's Tristan White, Ben Stanfest. Been rowing very well all year. They're starting to pick it up. They're getting that connection in. They're matching nicely.
And Selborne coming in just behind them.
And it's Piccolo and Skill from Selborne.
It looks like Heat 2 is on its way down. St. Benedict's Robic in lane 1. Visa Crew from Selborne lane 2. Crossing from St. Albans lane 3. Perry from St. Andrews in lane 4. And from Antwerpen from Grey High in lane 5. Did I call the wrong heat? I might have. The heat is getting to me, speaking of heat.
Kaz,
Yeah.
I would not worry too much. If you see parents running like very quickly to the water's edge, you may have thrown a spanner in the works.
I was just trying to preempt, like get them ready, get them excited.
But we are looking at Heat 2 at the moment. And Gray Rogers doing a sterling job. So that's Sebastian Rogers, Liam Smith for Gray. And they are just ahead of Matthew Sherwood and Dante Dietrich for St. Benedict's. But the St. Benedict's guys do have that fast finish of theirs. St. Albans Mochara, lane 1. But I can't really see them. They might be just in front of that umpire boat on the far side. Sachs, Viana, Rondebosch, Magnol.
Right, so Mochara from St. Albans, lane 1, Rogers, Grey High, lane 2, Sherwood, St. Benedict's, lane 3, Viana from Sachs, lane 4, and Magnol from Rondebosch, lane 5.
Yeah, and I do see the St. Albans boat. They are just ahead of the umpire's boat there. They've just come out of the ruffled water there, so I can see what's going on, and they're moving quite well. And it is right in the center, that Grey Rogers boat, Sebastian and Liam. I think they made a good push there. They were just a little bit ahead of St. Benedict's, but now Sherwood and Dietrich, they're renowned, just controlling the race and just putting a few powerful squeezes, moving away. But that Grey team looking very good, Rogers and Smith. Yeah, and the Grey team have started to pick it up. They want a spot in the finals. They know first is the only guarantee. They don't want to wait around for second and third fastest. They're moving very well. St. Benedict's still controlled. I don't think they've opened it up 100% yet. That Grey team made a big push, and St. Benedict's just squeezed it away. Yeah, so Gray are looking really sharp there in that St. Benedict's team, putting a few thunder power strokes there, and that has made all the difference. And they look calm, cool, and collected, but that Gray team just can't keep up. And what a great race from them. And Gray being egged on by their supporters. Superb effort from those young men. St. Benedict's just controlling that race, that effort, and they're just going to glide across the line. St. Benedict's first, Gray second. And the teams coming through, this is St. Albans, Mojara and Diogo Martins. They're in a race up against the Sachs crew, Viana and Page. And I think St. Albans have done enough, but there's still a bit of angle there. They're picking it up, putting a lot more power there. Sachs coming through. And then finally the Rondebosch crew, Jake and Thomas out there in lane 5. And just egging that boat on. Sachs stopped a little bit earlier than the line. I think they may have just made it across. But Rondebosch coming through. Good hard racing.
And now the race I called earlier. St. Benedict's Rorbeck lane 1. V's from Selborne lane 2. Crossing from St. Albans in lane 3. Perry from St. Andrews in lane 4. And Van Antwerpen from Grey Eye lane 5.
Yeah, so getting quite interesting there. The St. Benedict's boat being waved away from St. Albans. They may have changed a lane or two. But that's the Rorbeck crew still hanging in there. They've gone past Selborne, who've fallen off the pace. Behind them in the same lane, it's St. Albans crossing. Looking good, St. Andrews Parry still in it. Grey van Antwerpen, probably in line with the Selborne crew. Yeah, no, that's St. Albans crew, Logan and Will. Controlling it ever so nicely, but remember we've got Aaron Rorbeck. He's got a wild streak in him, gets it from his mother. Janssen van Rensburg in the bow seat. And they are going to pick it up towards the end. I think they're struggling with the trajectory there, but they've picked it up. Yeah, and they're moving, but that St. Albans crew is looking nice and controlled. They pick it up, a few more power strokes. And St. Benedict's still holding it. The St. Andrews Parry and Hull. Oh, and they catch a crab. So the St. Andrews team just has a little bit of a glitch there. I think they've got enough time. They're going to pick it up again. St. Albans moving really well. St. Benedict's picking it up.
Selborne trying to hunt down the Grey High team in the back end of this race.
Yeah, great to see them in this heat. And that is going to be St. Albans. And then St. Benedict's, good strong finish from them. St. Andrews Parry still in the running. And they're trying to get a fast time. Grey P behind them, and then Selborne Vissa.
Just having a look at the radar, heads up to the coaches. I'm sure you're also looking at the weather, but it looks like there might be a storm that's heading our way later on today at the end of the racing. So we'll probably get our racing in, maybe a bit of rain for the last few events. But just a heads up that as athletes are bringing their boats up and putting them on the trestles and A-frames, please make sure that they are tied down properly and secured. If the winds do pick up, we don't want boat damage. So just a reminder that the storms are expected this evening. Tie down those boats. And St. Andrews looking like they've got this in hand. That's St. Benedict's, sorry, St. Benedict's Perry. Rhonda Bosch Kirschbaumer, second place position.
No real surprise there, Matthew Perry, Mark Stepanovic. Doing really well in the sculls earlier, and look at that control. They get that glide, they get that connection, and they just push those quads down. Rhonda Bosch working really well, Kirschbaumer hoving, going a little bit skew there, getting their money's worth, but it's a good, strong finish. And there's a bit of a blade catch, and rather take your time. There, don't rush it, get the blade out. You don't want to swim. There's enough time, just work that blade. And they're not listening to me, they're just going to go for it.
They just want to go, they see the fast charging St. Albans boat coming towards them, so they want to just get over that line.
And this is a race of death, it's a sculler. He's pushing everything
with
in.
extra weight. And
He
there
doesn't care,
comes
he's going for the line. I think
St.
he heard the
Albans
beep.
Butter crew.
Yeah, that is a
Sachs
bit
boys.
tricky for them.
Yeah, boys are coming now from Sachs.
That's
And then the St. Andrews Osler crew bringing up the end of that heat and the end of the event.
But Kaz, as you said, it's NLM when that negative leg mass hits
Negative
at the
leg
end.
mass. Yeah.
No matter what you're doing, then you're loading up the arms, and you know the blade, a slip blade is always a possibility. You've got to be careful.
I'm pretty sure that the brain also has checked out by that point. All right, we're moving back into the bigger boats now, Rob. Next up, first heat of two heats for the junior men's under 19 first coxless fours. In lane 1, it will be the McGregor crew from Somerset. Jeppy Nell in lane 2. Beck from St. Benedict's in lane 3. Sakiwa from St. Stithians in lane 4. Fletcher from Sachs lane 5. And Thunder Pfeiffer from Kes in
And
lane 6.
That's a great row from Ben Osler, Callum van Dijk from St. Andrews. They're looking really good. And they're making that's a good effort. Well done to St. Andrews.
He's tiny, Ben Osler.
He looks like a cox.
One more stroke, and they're done. So we're back to the 2,000 meter mark. We'll wait for the boats to get a little bit closer, but next up it is Heat 1 Junior Men's first coxless fours.
So big thanks to Taryn for bringing food to the commentary area and for feeding me.
As always.
Yeah, so Taryn, best banana bread in South Africa so far.
Where's the banana bread?
Where's the banana bread, brew? So big thanks to Taryn. Thank you very much for feeding me. You're a star. The big guns are coming down, Kaz.
Yes, they are. So once again, just the rundown, and they are now just under the power lines. So Somerset McGregor in lane 1, Jeppy Nell lane 2, Rohrbeck from St. Benedict's lane 3, Zakiwa from St. Stithians lane 4, Fletcher from Sachs lane 5, and Van der Pfeiffer from Kez in lane 6.
Yeah, they got the twins in there, Nick and Matt. Thomas Allen, we saw Jacob Coyotin getting in the boat earlier. Coming across, he was like a real one from Parktown. Joined the Kez crew. Big, sizable guy. He seems to get tall every time I see him.
But it's looking like the Rohrbeck crew might be setting the pace from St. Benedict's. I'd say Sachs Fletcher might be possibly in the second place position.
Yeah, so that St. Benedict's crew are long and strong. Michaela Robeck, Diego Ramos, you know, the pair there, and then Big James McDonald and Graham Wetton. Graham Wetton also a transfer from Selborne some years ago, so superb to have him in that, and we shouldn't tell everybody,
Don't bring up the past.
Yeah, but superb to have him in the crew, and it's a real experience, you know, to have somebody bringing Selborne vibes.
Okay,
And,
we're flanked by, we've got Sachs on our other side, so we're going to hear the roar.
But we are expecting big Christian Fredrickson. He's in the 3 seat. Zach Wood, Josh Bell, Charles Fletcher. They, the Sachs boys. And
Where are the Benny's parents
We
sitting,
think
Rob?
a lot of them are the engine that did all that damage at boat race, putting them into 3rd position. We suspect that V8.
Looking at some of the dads, I think they are V8s. They are strong guys.
Yeah, so the Kes crew, nice and tidy, but they're on the outside of Sachs. There's work to be done there for them. So the Benny's parents are actually located right underneath the Benny's area there on chairs.
Oh.
Yeah.
So they're in amongst their athletes.
They are in amongst the athletes because there's not much space for them.
Not smoking, though.
Holy Rosary have taken the far side, so they're there.
Yep, there it is.
And now you start to see that power that they're speaking about, because Sachs look good and they look controlled. They're bringing a lot of power. I got to remember, it's a first 2 and the next fastest 2, so you don't have to totally obliterate yourself. You got to keep it under control.
First 2 from each of the 2 heats go through to the finals. Next fastest 2 from the 2 heats combined.
Yeah, but that does look like Sachs have made a big push through there. They look like they're ahead of St. Benedict's.
They look like they're looking for some bragging rights right now.
Yeah, they're going for it. I think St. Benedict's crew are not holding back. You know, they are picking up, but they've just got to go 1 and 2 through to the finals.
Their rate is but I'm looking at their rate, and they're looking quite confident and cool.
Yeah, they are.
I think if they were alarmed, they would probably be rating up a bit.
Yeah, so that Sachs crew are there. St. Benedict's got to be careful of the Kes crew on the far side in the red. They seem to be moving nicely. Got a lot of power thrown at it, but I think St. Benedict's is controlling that. They're going to let Sachs take this. That's easy to say, because Sachs maybe just took it from them.
Yeah, they're not giving anything away.
Yeah, they're not giving anything away, so Sachs, that's a convincing win from them. They wanted to make
absolutely
sure.
beautiful Sachs beautiful rowing.
Yeah. They are straight through to the finals. And then it's the St. Benedict's crew. Nice and controlled. They're just going for their 2nd spot ahead of Kes. And now they put a few power strokes there. That's good control, good relaxed stroke rate. Kes are throwing really hard. But Sachs are going to take a dominating performance. Very well done, and that's St. Benedict's crew. Yeah. And 3rd place going to Kes.
Kes hoping they've posted a fast enough time. Good chance of that being the case. But next up, we've got Heat 2 with the Junior Men's Under-19 first, Coxless 4s. 2nd and final heat of this event. Selborne Thompson in lane 1. Bishop's Carter lane 2. St. John's Herman in lane 3. Fletcher from St. Andrews lane 4. And Karsten from Sachs in lane 5. Here comes the Sequoia crew from St. Stithians. Finishing.
They're doing like a 3K.
And Jeppy Nell.
Where's Somerset College? Oh, that was Somerset. No, that's St. Stithians. This is Jeppy.
Yeah, that's JP Nell Burkus, Nason, Onwabam Tulu and Bauseat. JP coming through, also looking nice and controlled. Good work from those boys.
And it looks like St. John's Herman is out in the lead in this second heat. They're in lane 3. Probably flanked by St. Andrews and Bishops. Sachs looking pretty strong there. The Carson screw out in the outside lane in lane 5. But I would say that St. John's has this one at this point in the race. That crew, Matthew Herman, Bradley Stead, Matthew Kiss, and William Miller.
The boats are looking very exciting there. The Bishop's Carter crew, lane 2, St. John's Herman. But that Bishop's crew is looking nice and tidy. I think they are very close to each other. There's not much in it. And on the far side, that's a Sachs Carson's crew.
This is gonna be a cracker.
It is a cracker, and just have a look at the boats right in the center. So St. John's and Bishops are very close to each other. The umpires are just saying split it apart.
Yeah.
Because you got to go straight here. St. John's are open it up there, and Bishops struggling with that pace. But on the far side, Sachs, that's the second part of the engine room there, and they are looking very good for the second team. Superb race. That's Carson Smith, Kerr, Odonyotti from Sachs. But right in the center, Bill Godfrey, good to have you here. You've got St. John's Herman, Stead, Kiss, William Miller in bow seat. It's a close race. They've separated those teams ever so slightly. Bit of issues with trajectory, but they are moving well.
I think Bishops has cost themselves a little bit with that steering. They've been sort of going left, going right, and done a few extra meters, which...
Yeah.
Or the wind pushing them, but for whatever reason.
Yeah, the Sachs crew.
Sachs has pushed through Bishops at this point, I would say, and is really giving St. John's a run for their money. St. John's looking like they're having a hard time answering that question that Sachs is asking of them. And Rob, for my money, I'm saying that Sachs might be just a nose ahead of St. John's.
And Bishop's looking nice and tidy, moving really well.
Oh, wow.
There's a lot of movement coming
St.
through.
John's pulled ahead at this point. They're now a canvas ahead. Bishop's running fast. They might just run through the Sachs crew. This is going to be one for the camera. But it looks like St. John's. Woo.
Oh,
we can't call it from our angle.
I don't know. I'd prefer to be a Sachs parent, but I'm not going to call it.
It's a cracker.
That's a cracker. We'll find out in the times there.
Here comes St. Andrews
Fletcher.
And
Good work.
Selborne College coming in lane 1.
Yeah, that shows the depth of Sachs rowing to have two boats so close to the pointy end of the field.
I'll tell you what's the most demoralizing thing in the world. Being starting events.
Just a reminder about the community development fundraiser event that we are collecting calculators and shoes. And Transnet is offering prizes to the teams bringing the most, maybe the individuals, I'm not totally clear on that. But if you did bring the shoes and calculators to drop off and donate for the worthy cause, those will be accepted or received. The drop-off point is here by the merch table. So you can drop that off at the merch table. Thank you so much for your generosity. It's not too late to run out and get one. Pick and Pay calculator, pair of shoes, a fundraiser for Transnet. It's Heat 1 of the Junior Men's Under 16. 8, St. John's House in lane 2. Waldman from Kes, lane 3. Allen from St. Andrews in lane 4. And Bishop's Young Crew in lane 5.
And it's all coming down to the St. John's boat there in lane 2, and they are properly thundering it. Kes Waltman hanging in there, and so too is that the Bishop's team? It is the Bishop's team. Thanks for confirming, and they are moving really well, but it's all down to St. John's. St. John's are throwing everything at it. These boats are going up at maximum speed. They've built it up over time. Kes, Jesse Waltman is picking it up, and he's under pressure from Bishop's Young. St. John's have done plenty of work, good control, and I think they're going to have space behind them. That second position, they are right neck and neck. That is so close. Kes seems to be just a little bit ahead, but that line has got finish line's got a bit of an angle. Kes are going, so too are Bishops. They're going to keep going right until the bitter end. Kes seem to have a little bit more movement. We're going to wait for the beeps.
And St. Andrews coming in.
So close.
I can see, I was telling you, I was looking at that radar and those inland storms. You can see upriver that it's a bit cloudy over there.
Yeah, it's a bit cloudy. Don't worry, we'll miss it. I'm positive.
Tie down your boats as you finish up using your boats today, athletes and coaches. There should be a storm later on this afternoon after the racing, so please do remember to tie down. All right, we have Heat 2 of the Junior Men's Under 16 8s. The first 2 finishers from each heat going on to the final. Next fastest 2. Gangerdine from Selborne Crew, lane 2.
I'm going to say Gangerdine.
Gangerdine.
I'm going to say that.
All right. Help us out, Selborne.
And then
Waldeck Cooks.
That's Ethan Waldeck Cooks there. St. Stithians.
And Ross Dorn from St. Benedict's in lane 4.
Yep, and that's probably the boat. We've seen a lot of their rows in there. We've got our friend there, Enrique Pereira Dancarnassau. And then you've got Emiliano van Heerden and Braden Latzachan. We've seen them. Mark Zeng did well in the sculls. Paniotis Savidis, Riley Hipner, Ruanis Motseme, and then Neo Ricozzo. And of course, Kyle Rawson in the stroke seat. But have a look at who's in the St. Stithians boat.
Yo, that's Waldeck Cooks, Grant Roberts, Hugo Price Hughes, and Dylan Labour and Sebastian Budnick, Rafense Malabacha, Owen Little, Donald Kaya, and Madiba, Alabakwe Madiba in the cox seat. And that is one strong boat.
Yeah, and the boats have gone. Marshall's on time. 1:44 is the race. It's 1:46, and they're on the water, and they're making their way to the finish. And looking down the course, probably over the 500 meter mark, maybe 1,000 meters, nearly there. St. Stithian's looking really solid. They've got a good, strong crew in there. I think Selborne ganging it in, maybe just struggling a little bit at this stage. St. Benedict's Rawston still not out of it.
We see our officials. Matt Jarvis driving that boat, Carrie Christie up there. Give us a wave. I've got it in my pocket.
I'm going to get some more.
I'm just hot. So for my money on those 8 coming down, it looks like St. Stithian's Waldeck Cooks might be the boat out in the lead, but I think St. Benedict's Rawstorn crew are right there side by side. Selborne slightly off the pace.
I'm thinking Sicilians.
Yeah, no, this is absolutely very safe.
And the boat's coming down there, St. Stithian, St. Benedict's. You're not sure if they've got an unspoken agreement. I don't think so. That blade work shows they are throwing quite a lot of stroke work at this. It's not as relaxed as you might expect. They are throwing it at it, but it's junior men's under 16. They don't care about finals. They care about the race here and now. They're going for it. And I think that St. Stithians crew, they were well positioned early on, but it's becoming a fight within a fight. They know they're off to the finals, Kaz. Don't care. They're here to make sure they win this race.
Side by side, just like their besties.
Yeah, side by side, and that stroke rate is pretty insane. They are throwing everything at it. They're preparing for the finals for later, and they are going. Great work from both those crews. St. Benedict's maybe just a little bit ahead.
I'm looking at Hugo Price Hughes, who looks like he's just trying to do this on his own.
Yeah.
He's watching, he's looking, he's like, come on, guys. He does not want to let it go.
And that is such close racing. They're moving well. I think the angle may favor St. Benedict's. And they keep fighting till the bitter end. And that's just a heat. That's just a heat. You'd think that was the finals.
Hugo was just on it. He's like, I gotta beat them.
Yeah, gotta go. Like if one person says, we gotta go now, suddenly everybody like, it's Pavlov's dog. You hear the ringing of the dinner bell.
I hear the ringing of the dinner bell.
Yeah, Selborne Gangadine was privy to a bit of a grudge match there.
They're like, that's cool. We got this.
We got this. So that's big bragging rights for those team. But Selborne, Gangadine coming through, Zach Burton, the Cox there.
And behind them, we see on its way down Heat 1 of the Junior Women's Under-19 first pairs. 3 heats of that event. So the first finisher from each heat progressing to the finals, and the next fastest 3 from the 3 heats combined. BGRC's got the Cabbage crew in lane 1. Clarendon's got Jordan crew in lane 2. Holy Rosary Riccardi in lane 3. Waldeck Cooks from St. Stithians lane 4. And St. Mary's Fisher crew in lane 5.
And under 16 Scullers getting onto the course. Got to make sure you miss those boats. So that's going to be a great showdown. About 6 races time. Got the Junior Women's under 16 Sculls.
For Heat 1 of the Junior Women's pairs, it's looking like a race between Jordan from Clarendon, Riccardi from Holy Rosary, and Waldeck Cooks from St. Stithians at the halfway point. For my money, I'm going to say Holy Rosary might have pulled out just a little bit ahead. Clarendon might be doing a little bit of extra mileage.
Yeah, so I think you want to keep an eye out on Kiara Smith and Cameron Waldeck Cooks for the St. Stithians boat.
Definitely.
But Luna Riccardi, Maddie Hill showing, I think they're SA champions in the Junior Women's under 16, I think, from last year in the first pairs.
Okay.
So they're here, so they've got a good pedigree. Also went to Sastru. So it's no real surprise there, but they've got good, strong athletes. Natasha Fisher, St. Mary's Olivia Osler, and then let's not forget PGRC Kabish McDonald, and Clarendon Sarah Jordan, Stacey Pukot. Sorry about that surname.
The second heat, Somerset Wilcox, PGRC Dawson, St. Mary's McGregor. We've got the Taylor crew from St. Andrews in lane 4, and Chiquitamba will be in lane 5. But first, we got to get through Heat 1, and they are making their way towards the clubhouse, and it's going to be an exciting race. It looks like the first 2, 3, second, and third place positions in the heat are going to be pretty tightly contested.
It's very tightly contested. And Kaz, if you ever want to really know the true mettle of a human being, you should race with them in a pair, because all is revealed.
Everything.
All is revealed, because you're trying to match the person next to you. You've got one blade each. I match you, you match me. And the moment one of us overrides the other or tries to do something special, the boat just falls to pieces.
We have to be 2 pickles in 1 jar.
2 pickles, 1 jar.
I'm gonna need water again soon. I'll go do it. We're just looking. Show me a little water!
And Riccardi Hill, they've taken it out there. That's a Holy Rosary crew tip-tapping along.
Tip-tap.
Tip-tapping along, and they've got that great sort of, it's very efficient, very coordinated, very well balanced. You've got Walter Cooks, Kiara Smith. Those are good. There's a nice difference between those athletes, but they are moving nicely. St. Mary's Fisher as well, not out of it, but it's that's sort of constant stroke from the Holy Rosary team that is keeping them in that position.
St. Mary's Fisher crew might have moved into the third place position. I think the race will be on for third place in this heat. But once again, that is the first boat from each of the three heats going to the finals. Next fastest three. So whatever they've got to throw at it now if they want to make it to the finals.
Yeah, and the angle of those boats makes it look like St. Stithians is bearing down the Holy Rosary. I think they've picked it up a little bit. They've got a little bit more length. Could be the angle. But Holy Rosary now making a nice little push to the front. St. Stithians look to be responding. Yeah, and we're not sure there. It does look to be like a little bit of zigzagging there, but they're all moving along. And I think that area of the course, it's a handbrake on. So I think that there's a bit of wind buffeting, holding them back.
Yeah.
And then they get through that and sort of open it up.
We definitely, and we have the tide coming. It looks like the tide is flowing in, and we've got that headwind also. So this is pretty difficult racing.
This is very difficult racing, but Holy Rosary, Riccardi Hill doing a sterling job over there. Walter Cook Smith right behind them, putting their quads down. Holy Rosary got open order. Off they go to the finals. And then Walter Cook Smith throwing a lot of power at this. They want to get through to the finals. With that time, they got a good chance. And then the Mary's Fisher Osler crew.
More so the
Yeah, so the team's making it through, and that pairs racing can be tricky. St. Mary's are going to take third.
Stacey Puchard and Sarah Jordan coming in from Clarendon now. And we've got PGRC still on the course. Heat 2.
Thank you so much. Thanks.
Oh, Andrew, thank you so much. Thanks, eh? And PGRC just trying to keep that boat in a straight line. Kabish McDonald.
But Rob, you speak Italian.
I do.
Isn't it capiche, like to
Capiche.
be?
Capiche means do you understand?
Yeah, like are we
Capiche.
good?
Yeah.
Are we on the same? So I'm.
It could be, I think Caitlin might be saying it to a friend, but they are moving and they are making their way down that course. Not as easy as it looks.
Did you notice I was talking with my hands when I said capiche?
You could be family, Kaz. Could be family.
Everyone, if you're Italian, if you're friends with the Italians, you're family.
Yeah.
I know, familia.
And they are moving well. They've got that connection. You can see they get that feeling and that boat starts to move well.
Next up, Heat 2, they are making their way down and they are approaching the power lines. Somerset Wilcox lane 1, PGRC Dawson lane 2, McGregor from St. Mary's in lane 3. It is the Taylor crew from St. Andrews in lane 4 and Chikwatamba from St. Stithians in lane 5.
Yeah, it's going to be a great race. St. Mary's, McGregor and Gunning.
Imogen Gunning.
Yeah, they're going to be a team to look out for. And let's not forget, you've still got PGRC Lily Dawson, is she there? Yeah, Lily Dawson and Lana de Klerk.
Yeah.
That's their first team crew. So nice to see them lined up together. And then we've got the Somerset Cook, St. Andrews Cupido crews. They're the number 1 seed, so keep an eye out on them.
This is rough. I'm like, please, clouds. The clouds are coming. I promised you clouds, and I will deliver.
The clouds, they are coming. I'm happy. I'm happy to see the clouds.
Okay, I'm going to go to the gentlemen.
I see the red blades of St. Mary's flashing as they come down in Heat 2. That's McGregor and Gunning. They are setting the pace in this Heat 2. It looks like PGRC and St. Andrews might be flanking them for the 2nd and 3rd place positions in the heats. Imogen Gunning, Lily McGregor. They are torching this field. This race belongs to them right now.
I think that's PGRC 2nd place.
Yeah, it just shows you it's, that St. Mary's boats are looking absolutely superb. They almost at the 500 meter mark. Everybody else is still 100 meters behind. Just shows that good stroke rate. PGRC doing a sterling job there. And I think it is St. Andrews just off their side. It looks like Kendall Taylor center right. But PGRC, Dawson de Klerk looking nice and tidy. Remember, it's a first and the next fastest 3 to the A finals.
Precisely.
Yeah, so that's St. Mary's boats.
That heat, the first heat was a quick heat, pretty tight racing. So we'll see how the pace looks in this heat. These headwinds are gusting pretty strongly as the weather is starting to change just a bit for us. And PGRC holding on to the 2nd place in the heat. St. Andrews, Taylor, and Wright behind them. And then on the inside, the Wilcox crew from Somerset College.
Yeah, and that is certainly the standard. St. Mary's just gliding across the line. That is a dominating performance from them. Yeah, and they've made it look really easy. A well-balanced crew like that. Certainly contenders for the finals.
Imogen and Lily making it look easy.
Yeah, so PGRC doing very nicely. They've got open water between them and the St. Andrews crew.
But Rob, I'm looking at the power lines, and it is Heat 3 coming down now. St. Mary's Mayor crew in lane 1, Somerset Cook in lane 2, Capita from St. Andrews in lane 3, St. Mary's Zulu crew in lane 4, and Dos Santos from Holy Rosary in lane 5.
Yeah, they're well positioned. We'll have a look and see. But St. Andrews Cupido, St. Mary's Zulu, they seem to be the ones controlling that race. And now PGRC starting to put their foots down. Lily and Lana just trying to get that fast time. St. Andrews behind them. It looks like you've got a... PGRC coming through. Good strong finish. They're going to be happy with that. Behind them, they've got the St. Andrews crew. Oh, that PGRC crew just got to keep things tidy there.
Just got to keep their heads as they finish the last few strokes.
Yeah, no need to go
Keep it in
swimming now.
sync. But they're going for the time.
St. Andrews crew pushing through. Kendall Taylor, Sienna Wright. So that's it. The St. Andrews team hear that and they start to just lengthen out. And that looks like a good, tough race for them. But St. Andrews are going to finish in third.
Somerset College coming home now, the Wilcox crew. That's Wilcox and Garrity. And that's St. Andrews Capito crew in Heat 3. Looking like they've taken this race, the Heat, by storm. St. Mary Zulu crew just off of their stern. And that's a wrap for Somerset College as they cross that finish line. So it is the Capita crew from St. Andrews with the third heat, looking like it might be theirs, but still St. Mary Zulu crew is challenging them and pushing them down the river, hoping for that spot. And then it is a race between Somerset College and Holy Rosary. That's the Dos Santos crew from Holy Rosary, Cook crew from Somerset. Those two looking for the third place, fourth place in the heat. And slightly off the boil, the Mayor crew from St. Mary's in lane 1.
And now they're starting to make it exciting because there's a little bit of changing of lanes there. St. Andrews controlling it, but I think the St. Mary's boats are just trying to pick it up. Oh, there's an errant blade. So St. Mary's have got one of the blades just going a bit sky high there, and they just can't get that balance. St. Andrews is just going to take advantage of that, just control it through to the finish. St. Mary's, as they started to pick it up, just couldn't get the balance right. So St. Mary's, Zulu, Ninan keep pushing through. They're just trying to control that power, keep it in the water. St. Andrews, Cupido, Maimonas doing a top job there. There's a little bit of open water. Just no mistakes, all to the finish. And St. Andrews are going to take that. Good race, bit of open water between Zulu and Ninan. And they're trying to prick it up there, but St. Andrews did a top job. Another skull. And the team's behind them at Somerset. Somco, so they hanging out there. They're in lane 2. Holy Rosary on the far side. Zoe De Santos, Kotso Matabese. But I think it is going to be Jessica Cook. So Cook and Joyner for Somerset. And Somerset College just getting that tap, well balanced race, and they're going to finish strong. Holy Rosary just off that pace. So Cook, Joyner from Somerset College coming through to the end. And you can see the boats as they cross the line, the current and wind is blowing them back onto the course. So this is what they're up against. It's getting hard out there. Somerset College doing a great job. Just got to keep out of the way of St. Mary's. And then Holy Rosary coming through. Yeah, now the water's starting to play its part. It's hard to finish. The moment you slow down, it pushes you back down the course. And Holy Rosary are going to take fourth.
For you, that's one thing I can't do.
Please don't.
Unless it's one of those bayonet ones that you can screw off. That's awesome.
All right, we are moving on to the second quads for the junior men under 19. 2 heats of this event. First 2 finishers from each heat moving on to the finals, and the next fastest 2 to fill out all 6 lanes. In lane 1, Mutluane from St. Benedict's. Lane 2, St. John's Atkinson crew. Lane 3, St. Benedict's Rohrbeck. Lane 4, St. Albans Mutluana. In lane 5, Buffalo Mivuyo. And in lane 6, Kez Stain.
I have an announcement from
All right, we have an announcement for the coaches and the athletes that the races up to 74, 75, 76, if you can come down, you can check in at Control Commission. 77, that's race 77, that's the X event, not yet, but all the way up to 76, you are welcome to come through Control Commission and check out. They're keeping an eye on the storms just to make sure that we're not putting anyone on the water until we're sure that we are good to go with the storm. All right, so again, 74, 75, 76, please go through Control Commission. 77, wait your turn.
Yeah, take. And we're looking out on the water at the moment, and that Kez Stain crew looking nice and tidy. Remember, it's the first 2 through to the finals. That's Benedict's boat. I think it's a Rawbeck boat. It's actually not the Rawbeck boat, it's the Mutluane boat. And I think, yeah, so I'm looking at the seedings over here, but that looks like Benedict's Mutluane. In lane 1, they're moving well, but it's a Kez Stain boat. They are strong. And then it's a second St. Benedict's boat, St. Benedict's Rawbeck. I think those are the young guns in that boat. And on the far side, Buffalo, Mivuyo, lane 5. Looking very, very good. St. John's crew of Atkinson are lined up quite nicely with, I think it's the St. Albans Mutlana crew. And so here you give everybody a go. A shot at the junior men's under 19 second Cox Quad title, but that Kez crew looking nice and tidy. Stain, Tierney, Bailey, Van Staden, Caden Governors, the Cox there. And now the St. Benedict's crew coming through. That's Mutlane, Peliso, Khan, Ryan, Atrisha, Bound, Rafael dos Santos, the Cox. So good bragging rights for those teams. First 2 through to the finals. And then now it's the young guns. They've thrown them to the deep end, junior men's under 19. And it's young Aaron Rawbeck and his team, Janssen van Rensburg and Corsi Dietrich. And Janssen van Rensburg's a Cox there, so I think they're brothers.
Third place in this heat is going to the Buffalo Mivuyo crew, and they are looking really strong. Mivuyo, Klaas, Masakole, Mavila, and Macheke sitting in the Cox seat. And they are looking very strong, very smooth out there in lane 5. St. John's Atkinson crew coming in. Atkinson, Ioannidis, Kingwell, Skinner, and Van der Jaar in the Cox seat. That's really beautiful rowing from Buffalo Rowing Club. St. John's Atkinson coming home now. And St. Albans Mutlana.
I'm so stoked for Buffalo.
And we're now in Heat 2, junior men's and a 19-second Cox quads. And they're looking nice and tidy. We've got the two St. Benedict's boats, lane 1 and 2. St. Benedict's to Dominici, St. Benedict's Mafuta. Then we've got Grey Urwi, lane 3. Jeppy Janssen van Rensburg, lane 4. And St. Albans Breitenbach in lane 5. They're coming down. They're probably at about the 1,000 meter mark. They're almost by the creek there, Kaz. And once you get to the creek, no need to hold back. Remember, the first two are through to the finals, and then the next fastest two.
Everything happens at the creek.
Yeah, and good work there from Jeppy Janssen van Rensburg, lane 4. St. Albans Breitenbach, lane 5. The only one that seems to be hanging around is the St. Benedict de Dominici's crew. They're out there in lane 1. And after this, we are going to be having the junior women's under 16 sculls. There are 3 heats. And then 3 heats of the junior men's under 19 first doubles. Cloud covers come in, and it's actually improved the weather, a little bit milder. Heat's dropped a little bit. We're not going to spontaneously combust here on the middle layer, but we're doing well here. I'm with Terran, and we're waiting for the girls to come down. But the current crew, looks like that St. Benedict's crew are being well coxed. Let's have a look at that coxed. Oh, it's Ben Riccardi, my son.
You just had to say that, Rob.
Well, you got to be biased. See, some commentators are very professional. Here we bring a little bit of light-hearted humor.
A little bit of personal bias, it's okay.
Yeah, but I think they've got a good, strong team there. They've moved quite quickly. They've got Daniel de Dominicis there, very long, tall individual. Tony McKinney, Jordan Ramser did well in the sculls earlier, and then Tyler Lloyd. So they're moving well on the far side. St. Albans, Breitenbach. No slouches there because you've got Mapala, Martins, Mweni, and Mudau as the Cox. And I think they've just placed themselves. Always wait for JP to throw a bit of firepower at the problem. So I see JP looking over their shoulder. They're just trying to keep an eye on St. Albans. And those 3 boats are in the running. Remember, first 2 and the next fastest. St. Benedict's have picked it up. They've thrown a few more strokes at this. JP are coming together now, but right on the far side, that's St. Albans crew. Looking nice and tidy, good connection. Pushing quads down, and JP are on their way. I think now it's going to come down to who wants it the most. That's St. Albans crew at the far side, looking nice and strong. St. Benedict's well placed. I think they're alongside the JP crew. And I think St. Albans is looking like the fastest moving boat. And all of a sudden, St. Benedict's have got their work cut out for them. They're having a look as to what's going on. And De Dominicius is in the 2 seat. He's bringing a little bit more. They're lifting the rate. So too St. Albans. St. Benedict's are making a move on Jeppy. And you see the Cox egging them on. He's told them they've got to just make a little bit more time. The angle is not to their favor, so they've got to make a little bit of a gap there. St. Albans have done a great job. And they're coming across the line. And they've made across the line. St. Benedict's and Jeppy very close there in the finish. And the rest of the team's coming through. And that's great. Urwi, followed by the St. Benedict's Mafuta team. Some of the young guns in that boat. Ready. And as Grey make their way down, they're going to finish strong. So too the St. Benedict's. A lot of juniors thrown into the junior men's under 19 second Cox squad. Good place for everybody to get a little bit of action. And we look out onto the water already at 1,000 meters. That's heat 1 of 3 heats, junior women's under 16 sculls. This is going to be a proper race. You've got Jess Teeling-Smith, DSG lane 1. Zana Appleby, we spoke to earlier, from Somerset lane 2. Very polite lady, very strong. This.
2 seats. Look at how he's holding the blade.
We've got 2 seat for St. Benedict's, holding the blade like the Irish champions, like right down the neck of it. And he's doing a top job. Maybe too many blisters there, but he made his way down. So we're going through the teams. DSG, Teeling-Smith, lane 1. Somerset Appleby, lane 2. Emmy Riccardi, Rosary, lane 3. Anouk Bugler, PGRC, lane 4. Sienna van Niekerk, St. Stephen's, lane 5. And Riva Dookie, St. Andrews. She's in lane 6. We're looking out onto the water. It looks like Holy Rosary has got a little bit of an advantage. Just looking at Jess Teeling-Smith, DSG, she's in lane 1. St. Andrews, not out of it, she's in the far lane, but it does look like the action is in the center. And I think there's a little bit of open water there. And this is what you want. You want the first and the next 3 fastest to the A final. They could come from the same heat. So if the wind changes, sorry for you, my friend, you got to take what you get given. And so first place off to the finals. Emmy Riccardi, Holy Rosary. She's doing well. She's got open water there, but on her inside, Jess Teeling-Smith, DSG. No slouch, just hanging in there. And on the far side, PGRC is making a move. PGRC Bugler and St. Andrews Dookie duking it out. St. Stephen's van Niekerk maybe a little bit off the boil. So too Zana Appleby from Somerset. And that's good, controlled work up front. So there's open water. Emmy Riccardi's got this race. DSG, Teeling-Smith still hanging in there. And now there's a big move from PGRC Bugler. There's a little bit of change of lanes there, but they're still making their way. Rhea Dookie, St. Andrews still hanging in. So too St. Stephen's van Niekerk. Yeah. And as they're coming through to the end, Holy Rosary, nice and controlled, very slow, controlled, powerful rate. bodes well for the final. And then you've got second position, open water, some length, and suddenly Bugler's making a big push for PGRC. And Teeling Smith starting to hurt roundabout now. Amy Riccardi, Holy Rosary, nice and controlled. She's through to the finish. Maybe a little bit of showboating over the line. But second place, PGRC's making a big move. She increased the stroke rate. Teeling Smith is coming back. Teeling Smith starting to drive. And she's putting a lot of footboard into this. She's looking over her shoulder, and now the race has begun. The two of them are going for it. They're trying to get into the finals. A lot of work to be done. PGRC have got a little bit of open space. Jess looking over her shoulder. She's suffering, but she's going to keep going right over the line. Ria Dookie, St. Andrews, going to have to settle for fourth.
How you doing?
Good. Teeling Smith make it across the line. Then Ria Dookie, St. Andrews. She's going to settle for fourth. St. Sithians for Newkirk. And Zon Appleby pushing all the way to the end, getting good connection, tapping that boat along. She's going to make her way down for this race.
That was bad.
Next race is really underway as we see Zana Appleby. Good work from that young lady, driving to the finish. Next heat is underway. Having a look down the lanes, you've got Shaylin King, Holy Rosary, lane 1. Lane 2, Ella Bartlett, DSG. For DSG, lane 3, that's Tanique Ellis Labaskachni, St. Andrews. Lane 4, it's Letaba Koali, St. Mary's. Lane 5, Eva Kelly, Clarendon. And lane 6, Annabelle Logan, St. Stithians. Okay, let me come this side.
It's fine. Separation,
Okay,
sorry.
stay here, stay here.
Yes, that's the point. I'm a cocktail. If I'm not loud, then what am I? I wouldn't be.
And looking down the lanes, looks like an East Rand showdown. Holy Rosary King, St. Andrews, Ellis Labaskachni, just keeping an eye on themselves. I think they're making a slow move away from the rest of the field, but there's a lot of race left in this. They not even, maybe come up to the 1,000-meter mark. Yeah, so to me it looks like Shaylin King, Holy Rosary, and Tanique Ellis Labaskachni, St. Andrews are just keeping each other honest. And they've moved away Ella Bartlett just under a little bit of pressure behind them. Yeah, and from the angle, the rest of the crews are struggling with this pace. St. Mary's Koali, Clarendon Kelly, and St. Stithians Logan. And I'm struggling to see if they're all here. I think one of them might be missing. Boats right at the back, right on top of each other. It might just be the angle. But it looks like King, Ellis Labaskachni are moving nicely now. Ellis Labaskachni, the angle is to her favor. And that's what you want. First position to get through to the final. So interesting to see how they're going to make it down for the last few hundred meters. So they look quite far from each other, but I think they are aware of each other. I see both of them craning their necks, just making sure they know where the other one is. And good stroke work, I would say. Elis Labuskaghni looking nice and controlled. Not really overthinking it, just making sure she gets that connection, drives that boat. Behind them, DSG Ella Bartlett in the green tri. She's gone past the creek, so she's still in the hunt there. And behind them, somebody is missing, so I'm trying to see who that is. I do see St. Mary's, maybe it's Clarendon or St. Stithians, we'll see in a moment. And now Elis Labuskaghni starting to pick it up. She looks over her neck and she starts to make a push. Shaylin King's the only one that's near her. They are aware of each other, and I think she's just starting the squeeze there. Tanique's getting that connection. She's just moving away inch by inch. Shaylin King's got a little bit of work to do. And I think Tanique's done a good push there, Shaylin. Got a little bit of work to respond, but Tanique, she's put a little bit of quad power down there. She's connected well, and she's driving away. She looks after over her shoulder. Shaylin King has got to respond. And she's picked it up, but I think there's a little bit more aggression coming from Elis Labuskaghni. St. Andrews in the lead now. Clear water. And she's holding on right to the finish.
She saved a little something now. She's got a burst in the last stretch.
Yeah, she's
just for good measure.
And she saved a bit for the end. Shaylin King still in the hunt, but those two have done a great job.
Sitting right on those lane lines.
Tanique Elis Labuskaghni coming through to the end. She looks over her shoulder. She needs that finish line a little bit sooner rather than later. She's still going. Shaylin King is picking it up. Shaylin King looking really good. Good connection, good drive. And she's close in the hunt. So
one of our scullers is down there, Rob.
That's great work. Great work.
Is that DSG?
Oh, one of the scullers has gone for a swim.
Ella Bartlett, I think, maybe.
I think that is Ella Bartlett. She was in third. And that is unfortunate. And she's getting back in. She's not hanging around there. She's turned the boat around.
And she can get back in that boat and keep racing.
She's lying down on it, and the boats behind her are going to have to go around.
Whoop.
And the umpires are, and there's Bill Godfrey saying, go around, go around.
Go around.
Go around. And so those boats are right on top of each other. I think Ella is making a plan, trying to almost swim it out the way, but the boats are going around now.
They've got clear water around, so they've made it round her.
But Ella looks keen to try to get back in the boat. And that is tough racing when you're going, your heart rate's up through the roof, and then you go for a swim. And you didn't even bring your swim cozy.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's very tough. But she's a tough cookie, and we saw her getting back on the boat.
No way. Hi, no?
It's all right. Shame. She was going. Next heat's on its way, chasing down these last finishers of the second heat. Heat 3 of the junior women's under 16 single sculls. In lane 1, Vessels from PGRC, Sutherland from Clarendon lane 2, Zillan from Holy Rosary lane 3, Peters from St. Andrews lane 4, and Lundman from St. Stithians in lane 5. Following on from there, the junior men's first doubles. And we're waiting to hear what's happening with the junior women's under 15 doubles, given the weather.
So Eva Kelly from Clarendon's coming through just ahead of Lataba Koali. They're going to finish order. Hopefully, I think she's going to be okay. They're helping her. But Clarendon coming through just ahead of St. Mary's. They've been that close for a very long time. And here we go, Clarendon's making a bit of a squeeze down. And the next sculls race is already underway as Clarendon and St. Mary's fight it to the death. They're going for good bragging rights. Clarendon, Eva Kelly, going to take it from from Lataba Koali. And I think the St. Stithians boat, that's the one that was missing.
Yeah.
They have not sent out. So I haven't seen any of these boats from going out. Baxter said he saw lightning.
And we're looking out on the water at the moment. Isabella Landman, St. Stithians, far lane, lane 5, St. Andrews Peters, lane 4, Kate Zillen, lane 3, Kelsey Sutherland, Clarendon, lane 2, and Kenzie Vessels, PGRC, lane 1. Kate Zillen is taking it out, and she's absolutely torching it. She's in a very good position. I think Paige Peters is alongside her, maybe a little bit off pace from this angle, but we know Paige has got an absolutely devastating finish, and then Isabella Landman. So I'm going to say Zillen, Peters, Landman, so it's Holy Rosary, St. Andrews, St. Stithians alongside each other. And the other boats, PGRC Clarendon, just off the pace at the stage. And this is going to be a little bit of a fight here. Holy Rosary, St. Andrews, St. Stithians. They're coming up to the creek. And you could throw a blanket over the three of them. They are moving well.
We're just assessing the initial market.
I haven't seen anything from 77 out yet.
Yeah, so basically we're holding back the
And it's Holy Rosary, St. Andrews, St. Stithians. Nobody's shown their cards just yet. They're all lined up. Remember, only the first and the next three fastest to the A final. So if they've going a little bit slower than they'd like, only one of them is guaranteed a spot in the finals. So they're going to have to show their cards. Isabella Landman on the far side, St. Stithians. She's a good, strong athlete, and she seems to be the one that has got a better angle from my money at this stage. And I think she is making a move. I think it is Isabella Landman. So St. Stithians, she's shown her cards early. She's not going to wait for the final sprint. She's decided to go for it now, putting down a few power strokes. Paige and Kate. So that's each other. Isabella Landman is moving. She at the moment. Are the other two leaving it as late as possible? Yeah, so Isabella Landman has put her neck out there. St. Andrews, still a bit of work to be done. And the two of them are starting to pick it up. But Isabella Landman has gone out. She's put her neck out and gone for it. Paige Peters is starting to lift up the pace, so too is Kate Zillen. They're alongside each other. They are starting to work hard. They've still got work to do to catch Isabella Landman, and now Kate Zillen starts to show. She's bringing a little bit more power than Paige. Paige has got to respond. They are moving well. Isabella Landman is out in the water there. Kate Zillen is trying to make a move. Kate Zillen is pushing down. Paige Peters is got to respond. But it looks like Isabella Landman has done a lot of work. They have to settle for next fastest finisher. Kate Zillen has made a push away from Paige Peters, so that is going to be St. Stithians, Holy Rosary, St. Andrews. And a little bit of open water between the three of them. But Isabella Landman went for it a little bit earlier than the others. Kate Zillen able to respond. Paige Peters is going to hang in there and wait to see if she's got a fast finish time to the end. I mean, the thing about those boats, they're still close to each other, so it bodes well for finish times, but they're going to have to wait and see, and it's a tough wait.
It is a tough wait. We've got a couple more boats to finish off this heat, and then we've got 3 heats of the junior men's under 19 first doubles. We have Rob. I have an update from Commission Control and from the POJ running the event today. So as for safety concerns, we're keeping an eye on the storm that is sort of like swirling around us, and we have not sent out any boats past race number 76 at this point. So we did a call right now. We said you can come through 76, and then we're not going to send anyone out on the water. So as of right now, 77, race 77 and onwards, we're not sending those boats out. So we're going to keep an eye on that lightning and see that it's tracking in the right direction. And the officials will be deciding if we can use the daylight that we've got left to get as many races in if we can. But safety is our paramount position. So we won't be sending out any athletes to race down, but all the races that are loaded will be coming down in the races. So the 3 heats of the under 19 doubles.
Yeah, Kelsey Sutherland from Clarendon coming through to an end. It's been a good, strong race for her. 2,000 meters ahead of PGRC Kenzie Vessels. And getting stuck into some of the best scullers. You got to get everybody off the water. Kaz is exactly right. You know, You've loaded the races, get them down off the water, and then we focus on safety.
Yeah, so we're just keeping an eye on where that lightning is. So race 7 onwards, we're just keeping an eye, deciding what direction that lightning is going. And if we can send any more races out, we will use the daylight that we've got to complete what we can.
And top work from Kenzie Vessels. Started to be a bit tricky towards the end, but she managed to finish. That's a good, strong race up against some of the fastest scullers in the country.
Heat 1 of event 55, the junior men's under 19 first doubles on their way down now. 3 of those heats. Somerset Myburg in lane 1, Gray Douglas lane 2, Pereira from Jeppe in lane 3, Adalima from St. Albans in lane 4, and Raga from Gray in lane 5.
And it's no surprise, Liam Root, Marshall Pereira from Jeppy. You can see Liam Root's shoulders putting a lot of power down there. So Somerset, Marburg, lane 1, lane 2, Gray Douglas, lane 3, Pereira, Jeppy, lane 4, Adelima, St. Albans, and Raga, Gray, lane 5.
Jeppy Pereira making the wake, and Gray and St. Albans riding on that wake, chasing them down into the final stretch.
Africa, Adelima, Dembe Mugivi, strong, rose in their own right. And they are going to be the only ones that could claw back from JP. But remember, it's first next 3 fastest to the finals. So it is a bit of a time trial. And Gray Douglas.
And Guabeni.
Ahead of the Grey Rugger boat. So Aidan Douglas, younger brother from Munro Douglas, rowing for Tux. Luso Guabeni in the bow seat. And now look at the JP boys go. Good, strong, powerful rowers. Ruud, Pereira. They're going to have open water. And they're going to save themselves for the final. Good, strong rowing.
If I have an announcement for the coaches and athletes. There is a white-hulled, no brand name, no named double in front of the Buffalo shed, and the ambulance needs to be moved, needs to come out, or it's blocking. So that boat, please, needs to be moved straight away. Please go move your boat. Thanks.
And Gray, good strong finish there. Behind JP, behind St. Albans. Second Grey crew coming through. That's Grey Rugger and Houston Bird. And on the inside lane, that's Somerset, Marburg and Cress.
Somerset moving it. All right, we're looking for Heat 2, Junior Men's Under 19 first doubles. St. Albans Muller crew coming down in lane 1. Wyatt from Ronnebosch lane 2. Atkinson from St. John's lane 3. And Ngubalonga from Selborne in lane 4, and Sikwana from Buffalo in lane 5.
It's suddenly super humid.
But they're not going to go. We're going to pause from here.
That's St. John's. Muller.
Yeah, it must be. Yeah, so we're looking at the boats at the moment. Some of them have changed lanes. That is V1, and that is Luca Muller, Calvin Damon. And they've got good control there. And they're ahead of the Rondebosch duo of Connor Wyatt, Adam Arnold.
Joe, what lane are they in? What lane?
And now the boys are getting excited. They got some of the big guns coming through. It looks like the Bishops, Bromley, Radcliffe crew. But Rondebosch are shouting the boys across the line. St. Albans, Muller, Damon, they're going to take it. Rondebosch, Wyatt, Arnold making a push to get through as a fast finish to the final. And they are revving it. They want to get a spot in the finals, and they are pushing. They are throwing everything they've got at it.
The Buffalo Rowing Crew, or Rowing Club, coming in with the Sequana crew coming in the third place position in this heat.
I saw lightning just hit.
Selborne trailing just behind them. Don't see the St. John's Atkinson crew out on the water. Heat 3 on its way down now to the final heat that's out on the water. Then we're doing a lightning check. So St. Albans, Musapyoi in lane 1, Bishops Bromley in lane 2, Aiden from St. Albans lane 3, Nurkia from Somerset in lane 4, and Edwards from Rondebosch lane 5.
Yeah, this is the last of the races for the moment until the storm settles, and they are moving very well. They've come up to the creek, and right in the center, no surprise there, that's St. Albans, Aiden Frankham. And then it's the Bishop's crew looking nice and tidy, Bromley, Ratcliffe.
A reminder to athletes and crews, please tie down those boats that are done for the day. Secure them nicely, as we are expecting a storm a bit later.
And it's a 2 St. Albans boats as you hear the thunder. That's coming from Bishops, obviously. Bishops Bromley are making a big push now. They've got St. Albans lane 1, St. Albans lane 3, and then the Bishop Sandwich, they're the meat filling, and they are going to have to give it a proper go. Maddie Aiden has got that dislocation maneuver right at the end. So if he wants to bring power, that's exactly what he's going to do. They are moving well, and I think it is the St. Albans boat right in the center of the picture.
So shout out to Mama B, who's watching her boy out there in the water. The St. Albans Musapyoi looking nice and strong in lane 1 as well. Ethan Miller.
And that Bishop's crew are nicely placed with the St. Albans crew in lane 1. And the St. Albans crew are controlling this race, but behind them, the Bishop's crew can hear the singing from the shore, and they're starting to push on St. Albans Musupye. And now they've got to work for it. They've got to try to get through to the finish. And now they're starting to throw everything at it. Bishops have opened up. St. Albans, lane 1, still controlling it ever so slightly. But it's a St. Albans Aiden crew. They're going to take it. Nice strong glide, a few more power strokes, and Bishops are making a move. Bishops have clawed their way back past St. Albans, and they're starting to throw everything at this. Angus and Luke from Bishops, there's still work left. And St. Albans second crew are coming.
It's fantastic composure, though, from the St. Albans guys on the inside lane. They're moving quickly. It's going to be a tight finish. Ooh.
Yeah, St. Albans Aiden masterclass out there in the front.
Absolutely, yeah.
Second position, Bishops Bromley. Shows what a bit of shouting does to the athletes. And they put a big dent into the second St. Albans crew.
Somerset Norkia coming in.
That's Norkia and Lee, and then the 2 Camerons.
The Cameron squared.
For Rondebosch.
Cam 1, Cam 2. Right, so like we
and
said,
that's it.
Yeah, we haven't sent any more boats out on the water as we assess what the lightning tracking will be doing. We need to put the safety of our athletes first. If we have the opportunity to put more races out on the water, we will be using as much daylight as we've got left to do that. But again, safety when we have more information about what's to come. In the meantime, grab a drink, grab a snack, sit down, relax a minute, catch your breath, and we'll get back to you when we have an update with the weather.
again? Oh, you're on the 4 now. They keep me. Oh, we always wear these t-shirts. I don't think it's quite cold to wear like no t-shirt. Is it okay if we all wear a t-shirt under our shorts?
Under your when you race?
Yeah.
No. You can wear your t-shirts up to the start, but you have to wear your trousers. You have to wear. You can wear. Oh yeah, you can wear your t-shirt over. No. Your t-shirt over your tri-suit. Yeah. But you can't wear your tri-suit over your t-shirt.
Original seat.
That was yours, yeah.
Nah, you can.
Okay, so I actually need to sit down like we have the H race. I want to have the view. I want to visualize the finish of our race. Can you please just let me sit there? Oh my god, you're so needy. Yeah, I am. Can I get a power rate? Okay, so you have to move the entire chair. Any orders?
Bro, you have. Yeah, all racing's been resumed.
Yeah, I'm saying we will probably be like getting out. I was just thinking, like, fine. I was just thinking, like, do we tell us if we want to?
Right, I know everyone's looking forward to an update, and that's what I am bringing you. It is raining a bit, but that's all right. We are going to be resuming racing in a little bit. We are doing regatta time plus 1 hour. So in about 5-10 minutes time, we will be sending out the first lot of boats, which will be those doubles, race number 77. The rain is around, but the lightning seems to be far enough away that our POJ feels safe. So we can start checking in with race 77 down at Commission Control in 5 minutes time. Racing will be resuming 1 hour, regatta time plus 1 hour.
Hey, what race number was it for?
What race number was the 4 league?
They're only racing 4s now. We're not going to race the 8 for like 2 hours.
No. You know, if they scrap races, they go both the times on Sunday. So if they scrap races today, there'll be straight finals. There'll be heats. Yeah.
No, that's not dumb shit. Second.
So if they yeah.
Once again, we are doing regatta time plus 1 hour. Racing will be resuming. Rain doesn't matter. It's the lightning we're concerned about and the daylight. Heat 1, race 77 of the Junior Women's Under 15 doubles can go through to Commission Control. Should anything change, please do be aware that we will ask you to seek shelter. And we want to take a moment to thank our sponsors, BCM Tourism and Rmb. Without your help, we would not be able to have such a wonderful regatta here on the Buffalo River. We are grateful to partner with you.
Shut up.
All right, I have a new update for you. Scratch what I told you earlier. The storm has taken a turn, so we are not sending boats out on the water, so we are evaluating again. As you were, back to the bar, carry on. No one's going out in the water now.
The regatta's been stopped again.
No, wait, let's just go home.
The storm's taking a turn. Well, yeah, but also lightning is unpredictable.
But it's not gonna go like down here and then. There's a balcony here. Let's go in.
Actually want to show like I'm looking at crazy. You see those like thick things there? Those are plastic. So the wire never actually touches the pylon. See how the loose come there? So if you touch the pylon, that's why you don't get electric. The wire never touches the pylon.
So how does the electricity?
See, so there's that plastic thing that touches the pylon, and then underneath it there's that little loop that connects the two wires.
So what if the wire was like they did it from like
If it was like even, I reckon even if it was this far away, this pylon would probably get stuck. Oh, bright flash.
Yes, you do. The ego's huge. Surely some of the
What? This is where did they make a double charger?
I really want to get a fast charger.
Hey, you must get a wireless charger. Those things are
No, actually stop. Sit straight in your chair. No, sit straight in your chair. Hey, Joel, did you hear about the Italian chef that died? He passed away. He can only do
keeps popping up on my phone these days. Oh, not this one, but it looks like that. But you know Jackson does rock climbing now with his mate. I always see him. He's always on this. Yeah. And then I like him. I get to watch him.
What?
That was Jackson. No.
I was just, I'm here with the 19th of gazebo. Just, yeah, contact me if we need to mobilize anyone. Okay,
That's Jackson.
if they card, stay back, we will relay now.
Oh, we're still just chilling. Good. What sounds like the cutoff? Like a regatta, like then just stop, and then just stop.
Actually, 7. Oh, that's a fine, that's a fine.
What's the date today? I'll take a fine.
That's all, we'll take it for you. 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, 7, 6, like 4 pounds. Huh?
Okay, I get 8.
7 pounds.
Bro, these commentators always glaze bishops. They're glazed bishops.
Yeah, they do actually, eh? They glaze the private schools.
For years, loud and clear. What glazed bishops?
Yeah? You point. Yeah. No, not this. This. That's an SD out.
Above the red knob.
That's a screw.
Just Johnson, your face in the camera.
Don't do that.
Wait, video, watch video.
Don't do it.
Actually, I saw a bit of the hat come up.
It's not on the.
Like that?
That's it.
Where is the microphone?
No, that's for input. Yeah, dude. No, but it's not on the camera.
It is on camera.
No, it's on the camera over there, on the balcony.
Let me know when it's on.
Let's go there.
What's the
No, they're not going to change it till the racing. When
You're gonna switch it.
when Benny comes.
Hey, let me put it forward.
He's fully finished now.
I don't know how to switch.
What?
If they switch it.
No, you
Just
can't
angle it
see.
slightly so that everyone.
They can see on the director's screen like all the cameras at once. So if you go now, they'll probably come.
Just keep facing.
What did you say earlier? They're coming smack up.
Who's talking there?
I love sports, I love more videos.
What's the delta between you and me? As a dogs or what?
basically like Sergei Gold.
Sir, you look like Mort.
Where did they go?
Tristan's Moto Moto.
You look Dean Kuhn's fishing.
Moto Moto. Gloria. Christian is a Gloria.
I'm the line.
The thing is, I haven't read all the notes.
Charles is the penguin. You know King Julian's little sidekick?
Eh?
You're one of the penguins. You know King Julian's little sidekick? That one? Which penguin do you think, Charles?
What's the name? Rico?
Rico's the one that eats everything.
Yeah.
And then you get the little guy. That's not Charles. He's the smart, like the leader. Yeah.
Most of the time.
There's a tall one. And then there's the and then there's another one. The smart one, the one that eats everything. And then
But I'm still a
Coach Tom, what will happen if the 8 seats gets postponed?
I don't know, bro. Maybe tomorrow morning.
Apparently they go fastest times on Sunday.
Oh, Sunday.
On Saturday.
They will play in our favor. Yeah, Benny. I don't know. I think so. Yeah, I don't know. Well, obviously we know
If they scrap the ball, then we win.
Yeah.
I don't think they will. Because it's still a final.
If they scrap the wheel, that means that we've already done all our races.
Yeah.
You think St. John's are pushing it?
Yes.
Apparently the first K they were I don't know, James and them said they were, but I
I don't know why you're saying that.
Yeah, they were pushing it to end. I agree that after we did that mistake, so I was on this down the cost. I don't think they'll work. But maybe they just had a, maybe they, that's just how they run.
We wait. And then we wait until Ashley. I don't listen to your misinformation, boy. Boy. That's not compliant. No, I don't mean to be now.
They were fine, boys.
Oh, yes, he is.
Coach, are you rowing about the...
Shush! Okay, so you have to wait 30 minutes again, and then wait for a strike. If not, the other continues. This is the thing we have
But with their second four last year was like decent.
That was slow cruise, like again, because that champ last season.
Also, you must remember those senior opens were the buggers who were like juniors with Joe for a long time. Like they.
No, they were the year they were on 16s and
Really?
yeah. Prince 2 years older than me.
Because I never rode against Roker.
No, you did.
Did I?
Yeah, you did.
First battle.
Your first boat. 2023.
Didn't in your first boat race, Bosch made B final against them?
Yeah.
That was Joe's.
And then they lost.
That was Joe's.
Yeah. No.
Yeah, that was Joe's.
He's been around, eh?
Joe's the first year. Well, he finished first year now.
No, but where did he sit in the boat?
And that year, I think he sat at 5.
6 or 7.
Was that? Okay.
I think he was 16.
Also,
Okay,
I watched
yeah.
the race the other day. They rate low. Like I said, they rate so low.
Also because Joe's a common on the side.
Oh, so they like just like that pause at the back end. And
I don't know. The Palmer's method is really well.
Palmer's just a bus.
So did he.
He literally just drove around. He's got a fuck ton of champion crashes too. What time is it?
They said we took a lot of that, everything, most of that in the news is
One of the amateur boat races.
basically you guys didn't come.
Right.
They were after the junior
We're off to this.
oh yeah. Maybe I can take the first one. They both like the beat. They both no one's passing.
Coach, which drama is Chris or Chris is the one that got beat.
No, James.
So James is the one that lost.
Yes.
What is the boat thing? I'm pretty sure the short, the faster one but shorter has like 6:30 2K, but Chris has like a 6:25.
Coach, why don't you take a picture of the plane?
I should have done it. We do have the bigger. We do have the bigger.
I think we have like a flyover.
I don't think they use it because Joe doesn't believe that they're forced to win.
So that'd be sick, right?
And Joe got a 27 at school.
You see the Bishop's coach?
I know it's like Dutch person, but I'm angry from the stove. Not yet.
Bro, how many Westgate coaches have been there? Tim Carabo, Jono, Kruin,
Keep in the toy.
One is some scouting coach. Reed is rerunning it.
you rode with me.
Yeah. Yeah. In under 16.
What tiny bit of it?
Yeah, it's like a week. And pizza. Right against it. I did colors.
So accelerate more, brah.
They're like people staring at the sky.
There's a fire there.
So you don't. If you accelerated, you'd have time.
Let me take a picture of that fire.
Leaning
first.
backwards.
Okay. Cool, let me take a picture of that fire.
He doesn't need that.
Doesn't need it. He's straight up. Right?
Face up fire.
There's a fire? Hardness, now there's a fire. Remember in the beginning of the season though, Coach Tom, remember in the beginning of the season, Josh used to like lean forward when he finished. He used to like constantly check like
wait, like
Like
the one
zoom in
in
on one and zoom out, and zoom in on one, then zoom out.
so you can cut it in. Let me take a picture.
Wait, Charles, check on my phone.
Let me take a picture.
It was
Sir!
completely flat, 0%.
Let me take a picture.
It's on 25. You want it?
No.
It's on.
Is the woman's call? It'll be 26 now.
We're gonna get blue.
That's the nice thing about it. I just 2 hours. 3 hours. Yeah, from your first photo to your last photo. Yeah. And you can see when you took photos. And obviously I count the breaks that I had, like I took a 10-minute break for one.
Fine, I'll take a picture. It's actually just a photo. Did you just take a picture?
What game did you take photos in?
That's what it says.
You actually
No.
It's a great day.
That's so heavy, bro. Should I do?
And the camera's fucking okay.
I just did it by myself.
So, yeah, Andrew's
So how do they know how many hours you did?
So you upload your pictures. Yeah, you upload your first photo to your last photo. So you can take a picture of Buffalo Regatta.
That is cool.
But I'm just going down. I'm just going. I want to put my battery. Okay, cheers.
I get to just sleep on the drive. I'll put that in. But you know, that's cool. That actually is cool. And then I need to taking the photo isn't a hard one. The hard one is adjusting the photo.
See, that's just a lot.
I'll
just hire someone to make a video.
Yo, you're gonna take a video.
Like the file's pretty big. I can take a picture of people.
It's not working.
You gotta say red light when you want to put your picture again. No.
Go on, that is cool.
I'll get up and one is that I did take one. Promise you that fire is about to get out of control. That fire is gonna get. Samir, look at that fire. That fire is gonna get out of control.
No, that's people around there.
Over there.
You know, especially.
Yeah, I got some people. I got people some free sponsorships. And Jackson.
Oh, you are the all season, I remember that. But I thought that and Jackson was stuck for him.
Who said it was my fault?
Why?
Kind of was.
No,
No, we were playing the cricket and apparently I went too far.
oh, yeah.
Oh, when we were there, I was also there.
That's
pretty good. That was, you see that?
But you see that? Will this be tweaked or do you see lightning?
Where? It could have been the light from
the weekend I actually nearly spat into Bosch's boat.
Have you heard about the Bosch and the
What level's that, look? Huh?
Flat F-Fan.
That's what they speak.
Flat F-Fan.
This is all Josh is. Okay, boys. No, let's touch on battle side.
I'm trying to adjust my exposure. I'm taking further TV. Or a bomb TP. TP.
Hey coach, you wanna
Togi. Has he made his money, bro?
Hey coach, you think we can go get food? I got a burger.
No, don't trust. Yes, no. Well, I downloaded live replay.
Can I get a bag?
Huh?
They downloaded.
Exactly. Yeah, and then I'll play.
He's greeting.
Oh, no, sometimes they crash.
Coach, can I get like a steering?
No, but like, I've played them before.
Yeah, because they were capped.
What is, does this mean I just don't have music?
No. Wait.
I don't like how to play it.
I don't care, bro. What?
What's up? Hey, he's got a hammer. Bring my hammer. The hammer? We could like hang it here. Yeah, in the St. Andrews Court. Yeah. Imagine you finish the race. You're looking for us to get the last thing I have. Right, you can hang it up where the old fish and chip shop used to be. Well, clearly got rid of it. They should make it a first set randomly. What do you look? I think so. Why do I feel like this is like... Why do I feel like there's so many stuff here?
It is the announcement you've all been waiting for. Word from commission or headquarters, race headquarters, is that it is not safe to proceed, so we are pulling the plug for the rest of the day. There will be a contingency plan for the remaining races, but we will update you about that once that has been decided, so that is not clear at this time. But they will do their best to find a way to get those races off and make sure that the kids who didn't get to race today will get a chance, but we don't know what that is and how that's going to look just yet. But for now, we're just going to ask if you could please start moving out and make your way out of the venues so that we can clear this to keep this safe space, this space safe. And we will see you tomorrow morning for the Selborne Sprints. More information about the remaining races will come when it is available. Thank you so much. Thanks for your patience and your understanding. We'll see everybody bright and early tomorrow morning.
Okay, so is the racing continuing or is it done?
Attention everybody, can I please have all the masters in charge and head coaches to regatta control? Head coaches and masters in charge to regatta control, please.
So is it carry on or has it been cancelled? Please do it. Well, actually, why don't you think it's we're leaving, but we're leaving as a group. Get in the bus! Bus is leaving! We're going to be here. We are leaving.
Oh, that's so don't put it back on.
Senior open coming through. Pass my back. Pass my back. Senior open coming through. Pass my back. Pass my back. James, pass my back. Yes. Pass my back. Yes. Pass my back. Yes. Pass my back. Senior open coming through from the... Wait, Coach Tom, can I go find my parents quickly? Can I go find my parents quickly? Find them. I will, I'm going to. I'll find them. No, but Zach, yeah, wait, do you want to go find it? I have some of my stuff. Quickly, yeah. Can I go with Zach?